All right, good morning. The party board is called to order. Today is Monday, February 2nd, 2026. The time is 9 a.m. and I would ask to call the roll, please.
Steve Prater,
Here.
Cheryl Nelson,
Here.
Carol Stevenson,
Here.
Chucky Tillis.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have four.
All right, thank you. So we will allow public comment on request before any action item. Our first agenda item this morning is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, January 5th, which are included in your packets. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve.
I move that the minutes be accepted as.
We have a motion by Mr. Tillis, second.
I
Ms.
second.
By Mrs. Stapleton to approve the minutes. Is there any objection?
No.
Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you. And we'll move into consideration of applications for clemency or pardon. And our first case is going to be Mr. Russell Beacham. So would you call Mr. Beacham in, please?
Continues.
All right, good morning. Our next case will be that of Mr. Buffington. Good morning, Mr. Buffington.
Can you speak again? He's kind of hard of hearing. We got his.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Buffington. Would you introduce yourself to us? Tell us your name and your mailing address.
Name and your mailing address.
We're having a little trouble on the sound. Can you hear me okay there?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay.
They want your name and your mailing address.
My name is Guy Jefferson Buffington Sr. And my mailing address is 10681 North Ferry Road, Shreveport, 71106.
Thank you, sir. And we see that you have your son, Guy Buffington Jr. with you today. And Mr. Guy Jr., thank you for helping us communicate with your dad. I understand he's hard of hearing, so we appreciate you facilitating it. Mr. Buffington's case this morning has been, well, first, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Buffington is here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. He was sentenced in Morehouse Parish in July 1956 for a simple burglary conviction, and he received a 2-year sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, who is seated to my far left. Would you answer his question?
Good morning, Mr. Buffington. How are you?
Sorry.
I read through your case and I just have one question. Have you been doing any more stealing?
Have I been doing any what, sir?
Stealing lately?
Any more stealing lately? Have you been doing any more stealing lately?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay. Why do you need a firearm?
Why do you need a firearm?
Why do I need a firearm? Well, I think if you look at the activity and violence and stuff that's everywhere around us, you almost require one. I have one, but it's put up in a safe place. I don't carry it with me. It's primarily for home safety.
Thank you so much. I have no more questions.
Mr. Guy Jr., what would you like us to know about your dad?
Well, not knowing what to expect, if you'll bear with me, I prepared a statement. It's short, but
Okay.
I submitted a letter with the application.
Yes,
and I'm sure y'all have seen that, and I stand by all that was submitted there. But I wanted to give you a little bit more information today, if I could, and that I've known about this part of my father's life since I was in high school. My parents were concerned because I was growing a chip on my shoulder. I was anxious about my future, what career path might be open to me. Popularity I didn't have, money we didn't have, and looking towards my future, where would I be 5 or 10 or 15 years down the road? As a boy of 16, I learned that the man that I looked up to spent 4 months in state prison and 20 months on parole or on probation for stealing a Coke and $2 or $3 worth of nickels. After he ran a paper route one Sunday morning, they decided to tell me, my parents decided to tell me about it at that time, because I think they were concerned that I might have heard about it from a relative that was familiar with it, and they wanted to make sure I had his side of the story and that sort of thing. Well, 12 or 13 years ago, he came to me again, to me and my wife, and essentially wanted to confess to her about this black mark on his record, to make sure that she knew about it. And at the same time was telling my other siblings and their spouses about it. I think he didn't want us to be blindsided, or didn't want them to be blindsided if something came up. My brother Joe at the time was director of finance for Bossier City. He was dating a long-term friend that was active in politics. And maybe they were concerned about it might be fodder for a mudslinging campaign. Although, that hardly ever happens in Louisiana politics, but just in case. The point I'm trying to make today is that my father's been ashamed and embarrassed by this part of his life for almost 70 years. And he's done everything in his power to make it right by being a good man, a good Christian, a good husband, a good father, a good employee, a good grandfather, and a good citizen ever since he was released from Angola in November of 1956. But the Bible teaches us that you can't earn forgiveness. It's a gift that must be given or granted. In my opinion, one way to gauge a man's character, since his character is at question today, or part of this exercise, is by looking at their children and their children's children to see what principles were taught and reinforced. And I can tell you that the successes we have had, that we have enjoyed, came from hard work, honesty, respect for other people, honoring God, helping others, all which came from his example and my mother's example and their training and their leadership. In preparation for this, for some reason, I thought about The Scarlet Letter, a novel by Nathaniel Hawthorne that I read in high school. Sure, most of you've read it, but let me summarize it briefly in that it's a story about a young woman who had an affair and bore a child. She was married at the time, and so was her partner in crime, so to speak. She refused to identify her partner in the affair, but as her punishment, she was forced to wear a scarlet A on her clothing to let everyone know that she was an adulterer. Much later in the book, we found out that he was a prominent person in the community. She took all the blame. She carried all the embarrassment and ridicule and spent the rest of her life seeking redemption. Her legacy was a daughter that was raised to be a respectful and respected part of the community. So there's some commonality between that story and my father's life. He took the blame for his mistake. He carried the embarrassment and raised his family to be respectful and respected contributors in their communities. He appears before you today seeking redemption and forgiveness. And I hope that you grant him that request. One more point. My mother passed away June 13th of 2023. He misses her dearly. And he hopes, prays, and expects to be reunited with her sooner rather than later. On her behalf, I ask that you grant this request so she can see him for the first time without his scarlet letter. So I appreciate your attention and your patience.
Yes, sir. And thank you for those words. Are there any questions? Let me just, for the record, let you know, both of you, we do, as part of the process, seek opinions about the application. And so we reach out to the local community, the sentencing judge, or the sitting judge is unopposed. The district attorney is unopposed. We didn't receive any comment from the sheriff. That's a good thing. The chief of police expressed some opposition. Of course, the family, your family, is unopposed, and the Attorney General's office had no comment, which is also a good thing. So those are things in Mr. Buffington's favor. I think we're ready to vote. Mr.
Yes.
Tillis?
My vote is to grant with firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I vote the same, and I think that what you did in punishment was very harsh and excessive at that time. So if you're looking for forgiveness, you have mine already, and I think you had the Lord's a long time ago.
Mr. Prater?
Grant.
And mine also is to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. So that's, you got the vote you need, Mr. Buffington. We're going to make that recommendation to the governor on your behalf. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Reed, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You-
Are you
Go ahead.
are you guys able to see me or?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, we got you. So would
Okay.
you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Okay,
Sorry,
Once-
not your DOC number, your current mailing address.
okay, yes. Name is Richard Charles Reed Jr. Current mailing address is P.O. Box 211 Seattle, Washington, 98178.
Okay, so it's pretty early there for you, huh?
Yes, I think you guys are 2 hours ahead.
Okay, so you're here today, Mr. Reed. You're seeking pardon with restoration of firearms. I do have your DOC number as 3977017. You were sentenced in St. Mary Parish. Let's see, you have sentencing date, May 1998. Theft, 5 counts of theft. You received a 10-year sentence on each count that was running concurrently, but it was suspended and you were placed on 5 years probation. You also have a simple battery sentencing, same date. You received a 6-month parish jail sentence and that was suspended. You were placed on 2 years probation. Does all that sound accurate?
Yes, that does sound accurate. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Your case this morning, Mr. Reed, has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, seated to my left. Would you answer her questions?
Good morning,
Yes.
sir.
Good morning.
Tell me something about the case. What happened 25 years ago?
So yeah, I had a fake ID and just had some checks that was made out to me, and yeah, just cashed them. I'm not the same man I was back then, and so pretty much I had a fake ID, had some checks that was issued out to me, and I just cashed the checks, and yeah, didn't work out in my best interest.
Okay, I read that you made restitution. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, let me ask you about one thing. I see that there was an see what I've got here. Let's see, I hope to get the restoration. Yeah, in 2002, there was a battery charge, 6 months. Tell me about that.
Battery charge. If the date is correct, I think me and one of my family members got into an altercation. Got pretty physical, and that is what led to the battery charge.
And so your probation was revoked in 2002?
No, actually, I left the state without knowing everything I had to do, like check in or whatever, got arrested, and that's when I got extradited back to Louisiana. And I had to pay the entire restitution amount. And yeah, pretty much that's it. Had to pay the entire restitution amount in order for me to be released.
So actually in 2002, that's when you pulled everything together.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let's see. You got some, as far as like the assistant attorney general there opposed due to your probation violations and convictions in another state. The DA is also opposed for you to be granted with firearms. The other ones had no comment. And I've read that the reason you want it is to visit your family in Canada. Is that correct?
Okay, so yeah, I was going through the immigration and stuff also. I am allowed to now enter Canada. And as far as me wanting firearms, I mean, just protection for my home. I'm now a homeowner, and just pretty much to have a firearm in my, with everything that's going on in the world, just pretty much for protection. I'm 54 years old. I'm definitely not the man I was 30 years, 20 years ago. And that's pretty much all the firearm is for, just for protection of my home.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to my fellow board members. Any questions?
Any questions?
I have no questions.
Have you had any problems since then?
No, I haven't had any run-ins with law enforcement for over 30 years now, or close to. Been a law-abiding citizen. Like I said, I'm not, I can't say it enough. I'm not the man I was 30 years ago. But all that taught me a lesson, and it just showed me I have to be a lot more patient for things. I think I was just a lot of my stuff that I did when I was younger, I was impatient and just made a lot of bad decisions.
Okay. And that was in 2002, right?
It's been over 30 years since I had any involvement with any kind of law enforcement.
Okay.
Well,
No?
you had an arrest in 21, right?
No,
December of 21, it was, no, 2001, I'm sorry. So it's been 25 years since you've had contact with law enforcement.
okay, and what was that arrest, what was that arrest for?
Possession of marijuana.
Okay, yeah, and which is now legal up here, but yeah, yes, that does ring a bell.
Does count as a contact. What
Say
do
it
you
again,
do? What is your profession?
I am a truck driver.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
No.
I think we're ready to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Today I'm going to grant your request for a pardon with firearms.
Mr. Prater?
I concur. I think 25 years seemed like long enough. Sounds like he's straightened out, doing right.
Yes, thank you.
I grant with firearms.
And my vote is the same, recommend the pardon with restoration of firearms. So we are going to make that recommendation, Mr. Reed, on your behalf to Governor Landry. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay, yes.
All right, Mr. Chamberlain. Think you're on mute still?
Yes, ma'am.
You are. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and mailing address, please.
My name is CARLTON CHAMBERLAIN. I live at 725 Alfred Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32810.
All right, Mr. Chamberlain, you're here before the pardon board this morning. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Calcasieu Parish, March of 2012, for possession with intent to distribute Schedule I marijuana. You received a 5-year sentence. All but 6 months were suspended and you were placed on 5 years probation. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and let me acknowledge that we have also here on Zoom wanting to speak on your behalf. We have Myron Gooding and Shaniqua McFarland, and we'll be hearing from them shortly. First, Mr. Chamberlain, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, so I'm gonna turn it over to her.
Yes, sir. Okay, well, we're gonna speak to, you want us to speak to your friends first, who's gonna speak on your behalf?
That'd be fine.
Okay. Let's see. Myron Gooding. Is he on Zoom?
Yes.
Is he ready to speak, Myron?
He's on mute.
He's on mute? Okay. I don't see him.
You can just have his camera.
Myron? Okay, well, let's go.
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
next.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now you can hear. What would you like to say about Mr. Chamberlain?
Just that I'm here on his behalf and fully recommend that he receive this pardon. I've known Mr. Chamberlain since 2000. We attended Bethune-Cookman College together, and we remain close friends and associates ever since then. Yeah, this incident was lapse in judgment. Yeah, I acknowledge that and kind of a one-off, but other than this, he's been in my estimation, a model citizen and father.
Okay. All right, so Miss McFarland.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I know Carl Chamberlain for about 17 years now. He is a family friend of mine. He also recently became the godfather to my daughter. He is a great father. He do acknowledge his mistake. I just hope that he's able, to move forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chamberlain, why don't you tell me what happened when you were arrested?
Yeah, so a friend had asked me to bring a package and I was bringing back, and I didn't know the contents. I did get arrested with the contents, and I pled guilty to it. I did have a lawyer and things like that, but the lawyer explained to the judge, what happened, and then like I said, I did admit to my mistake, and then I did serve my time, and that's about it.
You had any problems in Florida? Have you been arrested for anything there?
No, ma'am, not since there.
Pardon?
No, ma'am, not since then.
Well, did you get a DWI in Florida in 2016?
Yes.
Okay, were you arrested twice in Florida that affected your probation?
No,
In
ma'am, it
both?
did not. Once it affected the probation, the probation officer wasn't there. When she came back, it did not. She rescinded it, so it wasn't affected.
Okay. So what happened with the DWI?
I was in a parked yard. I was in the car parked in a yard, but the keys happened to be in the car, in the back seat of the car.
Oh, okay.
So they still gave it to me, even though I was in a parked area, like in the yard parked.
Okay, so tell me, why would you want it, what are you requesting today?
Just a regular full pardon with everything.
And with restoration of firearms, why would you need firearms, please?
I have my own business, and I actually work for a living, so I do travel a lot. And then, to protect myself, protect my family. I go to, I'm in Chicago a lot. I'm in various places that, I have no kind. I do have a bat in my truck right now.
I see.
but I
Well, I
don't
see
know.
you got a full-term release, May of 2017, so almost 10 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to anyone else that's got a,
Any questions?
I have no questions.
Prater, any questions?
How much marijuana was it?
I actually do not know exactly. They wrote it in there, and I honestly couldn't tell you.
Pounds?
No, it was more than that. It was yeah, it's pounds, sir. I think I want to say 3, but I'm not sure.
About 3 pounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you hadn't had any problems since your traffic problems in 2016, was it?
Just the DUI.
Right,
the-
that's
the
traffic
DUI.
problem.
Oh,
Okay.
no, sir. No, sir.
Okay,
So, the record I'm looking at, Mr. Chamberlain shows it was in excess of 25 pounds.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I couldn't tell you.
Did you also have a concealed firearm?
Not in that case, no, sir. No, ma'am.
It looks like there was another charge, carrying a concealed firearm.
Not in that case. No.
I do say that was, the added charge was non-prost in 2010.
That was like a totally different case in 2010 that I never was charged for. Like, that was somebody else's. I never even had a charge. They dismissed that.
Yeah, as I said, in 2010, it was non-prost, dismissed, not prost.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
I'm gonna vote today because of the length of time. Now, the DWI, but we got 10 years there also. So I'm gonna vote today to restore your, give you your pardon with firearms.
Mr. Prater?
I agree, restore, my recommendation and vote is to grant your pardon with restoration of firearms, but I just want to say something to you. When you
Yes.
deal with a matter this serious, please know your business better and tell us the absolute truth. There's a big difference between 3 and 25, and I know you were manipulated, but you know, I just want you to know it didn't go unnoticed, but that you getting a good break here. Usually that kind of thing aggravates me. Folks diminish their crime. But anyway, you got my vote. Please understand that. Next time you come before a body like this, please.
Yes, sir. Hopefully I would not be before another committee.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant the firearms.
My vote also, Mr. Chamberlain, is to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. So on your behalf, sir, we're going to make that recommendation to the governor. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is now at the Louisiana State Penitentiary. It is 9:52 on February 2nd, 2026. Would the staff at Angola please introduce yourself for the record?
Risha Ambo, Deputy Warden.
Reginald Admiral, classification.
Just the two of you?
Just the two of us waiting on Warden Benoit. He should be on his way.
Okay, well, thank you. And we have before us Mr. Hill. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Reynolds.
You introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number, please.
My name is Malcolm Hill, 327937.
All right, Mr. Hill, and you're here this morning before the pardon board. You submitted an application for a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in November 1997 in Orleans Parish. 3 counts of first-degree murder. You received a life sentence on each count, so you have 3 consecutive life sentences. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We do have some folks who are here, both in support as well as opposition. But your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, seated to my far right. So he'll make those introductions and call on the folks who want to speak at the appropriate time. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Williams. Mr. Hill. First off, I would like for you to tell us, what did you do to get yourself put in this situation? And what have you done since you've been at Angola that should cause us to think about releasing you?
On December the 1st, 1996, me, Malcolm Hill, for the record, Philip Anthony and Sydney Anthony and Tracy Marquez went to Louisiana Pizza Kitchen and into the Louisiana Pizza Kitchen to talk to the manager, Carla Piccolo. Carla Piccolo invited us in a restaurant, and we was talking about the day that I missed before, and the record. Straightening my work record for the day, that day, to be fixed. So we talked that over, and then we left. Me, Philip, and Sydney, and Tracy left. Sydney was supposed to be waiting outside in the car. He left us, so we went. We walked about a block. We didn't see him, so we returned to the restaurant to try to call for a ride. I used the telephone. I called my grandmother's house. She didn't answer the phone. And at that time, the manager, Carla Piccolo, offered us some drinks. We sat down and drunk drinks, and we talked, had small talk. And during that time, Philip Anthony up the weapon on the employees that was there that morning. Carla Piccolo, Zentana Muse, Michael Wachowski, and Damian Vincent. And he ordered them to the back of the restaurant. Tracy Anthony pointed a gun at me, 22 revolver, and told me to get in the cooler too. I called him a B word, a derogatory B word, and told him I wasn't getting in no cooler. Said Philip told him that I didn't have to get in the cooler, and Philip told me to go turn up the radio, the stereo system that they had at the Louisiana Pizza Kitchen. So I went behind the counter, I turned up the radio, and a few seconds later, I heard a small shot fire, and then I heard 4 large shots, boom, 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 boom. And out of curiosity, I was running to the back of I was going to the back of the restaurant to see what had happened. And they was coming, Sydney and Tracy was coming toward the front of the say, let's go, let's go. So I turned around and we ran out the pizza kitchen. And across the street was Antonio. What was Antonio? Antonio. His brother worked there at the pizza kitchen. And he had a car. He had a ride, and he was dropping his brother off at the Louisiana Pizza Kitchen. So when we asked him for a ride, and he gave us a ride to Florida Avenue, where I stayed at. And he dropped us off, and we stood there at Florida Avenue. I confiscated the guns, and I put them in a cooler, and I hid them in the attic. And I stood there, and my grandmother called and told me the police was looking for me. And she told me to stay there, so I stood there, and the police came and arrested us.
Okay. All right. Any kind of classes you've taken? What you've taken? You took victim impact?
Victim awareness.
Okay.
Thank you for
Learned in
saying.
victim awareness.
Huh?
What have you learned in victim awareness?
I learned that they had way more victims than I previously thought. You create a large amount of victims when you're dealing with a crime, any type of crime. I'm talking about. I didn't know that many people are affected by anything that you do towards one person, it can affect thousands of people. So I learned that.
Okay, I got several questions for you in a minute, but let's move on. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Hill?
Hey, good morning. He's a Class A trustee. He was at Camp D's as a clerk. He stayed in a lot of classes. He got his GED in 01. He's had anger management, substance abuse, 100 hours, victim awareness, parenting, thinking for a change, trauma healing, moral compass. And he's did the victim accountability letter. And that right up in 10 years. His conduct's good. He's he's a quiet kind of guy. You don't hear too much out of him.
Thank you, Ward. Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Hill, now we're going to speak to the people that are here to talk on your behalf. First, we're going to hear from Norman Dozier, a friend.
Yes, how you doing?
Fine.
Okay.
So please try to keep your comments to 3 to 5 minutes. We have a whole bunch of people need to speak in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Board, for having us. And it's just a blessing. I just wanted to share that I had the privilege of meeting Mr. Hill in 1998, which is about roughly about 28 years ago. And I had the privilege of pastoring him. And I am also a pastor in Alexandria, Louisiana, of First Union Historical Baptist Church. And it was just a privilege just seeing Malcolm grow into the fine man that he's become. I watched his ups and his downs, and I can attest that he is a person of purpose. And I just believe that he's a man on a mission to do the right thing, that he will be a good citizen in the society. So much so that our church welcomes him in, and we would accommodate him and help him and be a blessing to him wherever he would need it. But again, I really think that he's rehabilitated and that he is a man that's not who he used to be, and that he is ready to do the things that he's supposed to do and be a blessing to society. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Ron Hicks.
Good morning to this honorable board. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on the behalf of Mr. Malcolm Hill. I've known Malcolm pretty much the extent that Norman has known Malcolm. And throughout my experience with Mr. Hill, he has always been a person that was very respectful, a person that was very deep in thought about the things that he needed to deal with within himself, and trying to put himself in a position to get the classes, get all of the things that he needed, the tools to become a better person. This is what I've learned about him, and even hearing him express in detail, not retracting away from his involvement with what led him to incarceration, but acknowledging that, shows that he's grown and accepted that responsibility. And through his testimony openly, he presented an attitude of remorse and regret for the things that he's done. And my request to the board today is that the board would look at Mr. Hill, look at the work that he's done, look at the man that he's become, and find it in your heart to give him consideration, weighing out all of the facts and the details that surround everything, and allowing Mr. Hill to continue his progress and be afforded the opportunity to come back into society and be a productive citizen. I join with Mr. Dozier also with giving as much support that's needed to make sure that if the board grant Mr. Hill's application, that we will stand with Mr. Hill on his release and make sure that he has all the things that he needs to succeed in society. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak before this board.
Excuse me. Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Channing Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. Malcolm Hill. To echo the sentiments of Warden Vanoy, because of the programs and the classes he's taken, him being a minimum A trustee, him achieving his GED, and for other factors, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, and many other programs. He will also be reassigned to a reentry specialist that's going to guide him through his reentry process. So because of his record and his rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blake. Okay, now we're going to hear to the opposition, Ms. Marlene Witkowski, victim's sister. I hope I didn't mispronounce your name.
It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I am Michael Witkowski's sister. He's changed everyone's life, not only my family's life, but all of his friends. Two of his closest friends, Gina and Jean, are also on this call with me. My mom and dad, no parent is supposed to bury their kid, especially at a young age, for this hasteless act that Malcolm and his friends have committed. And Malcolm, I know you become a better man while you're there in jail, but I do believe that the time served needs to continue, only because of the fact that it's only fair that the sentencing that you got originally is lived out. And with that being said, I would like to thank you for letting me speak on behalf of my brother. He was the rock of our family.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you calling in. Miss Gina Teal, also victim's friend. Victim's friend.
She's on mute.
You're still on mute, ma'am.
Am I better?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, go ahead. Tell us.
I'm really sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'd like to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity and privilege to speak on behalf of Michael, as well as for Santana and Kara, and by the grace of God, Damien. I was lucky and privileged enough to know all three of the deceased. Beautiful human beings with a light and a love that radiated from the moment you met them. I met Michael Wachowski when I was 16 years old. He sat in front of me in a class. He was the new kid. And he turned around and he made a joke. And literally forever after that day, we were never apart, even if it was just talking on the phone once, until the day he died. I consider him my soulmate, my best friend. We grew up together. We were parts of each other's family. Every holiday, every vacation, he was at mine, I was at his. I miss him beyond words. The potential that he had in this world was cut short so horrifically that I cannot for the life of me see redemption in Mr. Hill's future. I am glad that he has maybe found God, maybe found some remorse. But Mr. Hill never, ever told his story. He pleaded guilty. To me, that's shameful because I did my homework and I know exactly what he did that day. If nothing less, he granted access that day. 4 lives, by the grace of God, Damien lived. But intentionally, 4 lives gone, extinguished that day simply for showing up to work. I cannot, in my worst dreams, imagine the terror and the horror that those people felt in that moment. And whether or not, Lord knows I'm a sinner, I have no right to judge anyone. But I also am a sinner in the fact that I am also in no way able today to forgive. Not yet. Maybe never. 30 years later, and here we are still, which is incomprehensible to me. 4 lives, a mass murderer, and we are considering putting him back out into society? Mr. Hill is the monster that sleeps under our beds. He is the boogeyman in everybody's closet. I don't care how rehabilitated he may be. $2,500 of bloody money on his hands that he stole that morning, but not the change. He wouldn't stoop that low, not pocket change. Roughly $625 per life. He had no business doing that. It was my privilege to know and love Michael and to have met the other victims. My only sadness for him is that he will never know the love and the light that he extinguished from the world. And I just pray to God Almighty for his soul. That's the best I can offer him. He should never be among people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna skip down to Monica Mokat. Marcus, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
My name is Monica
Ms.
Marcus.
Marcus, could you please go to the podium, ma'am? Yeah, you could go ahead with it if you'd like.
My name is Monica Marcus. 30 years ago, I lost my dear friend, Michael Wachowski, and I miss him every day. First, I want to thank everybody who was responsible for bringing swift justice to this case, the detectives, the prosecutors. And I also really want to thank Charles Romero for just being the stalwart protector of victims and families and friends. And I want to thank the board for all the work that you're doing and for the hard decision that you have to make today. And I want to say that wherever you land on this, I will support and honor that decision. And I want to read a letter that I wrote to you. I'll be honest, Malcolm, losing my friend Michael was never about you. It was the start of a battle with myself to figure out, excuse me, how I would navigate the rest of my life without him. From the moment we met, Michael was a part of my everything. we were 15. And I thought I had a lifetime of memories to make with him. And instead I got just 9 short action, joy, and love-packed years, followed by so much sorrow. But I came here today to forgive you, Michael. Because I do. And because that's what Michael would want. Until I got this special invitation, I truly had never given you any consideration. It only just occurred to me that in 1996 you were the same age as my youngest son is now, and that you also lost everything and I'm sorry for that. If this commission decides today that justice has been served and that you go free, I will accept that. But I want to ask just one thing. What was lost that day, what you took from the world, was love, tolerance, empathy in its purest form. Let the next leg of your journey be about putting more of that back into the world. You'll never be able to undo the pain, fix the damage, take away the suffering, but maybe you can do some good with the time you have left. Don't let that moment define your existence. It certainly doesn't define Michael's.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, we also have Michael Reynolds, but he's not speaking, but he's on. We have Edward Stokes, victim.
He's on the phone. They're gonna call him.
I'm gonna go to the next.
No, here. Mr. Stokes? We're ready for your, to hear from you.
All I can tell you is Carol Stokes, Carol Piccolo, was my youngest sibling, my baby sister. And when she was murdered, it cut the heart out of my family. And I would say that it had a big effect on my stepfather and my father. And their health went downhill after her death. And her children suffered mental issues because of it. And so did I, really. I had to have a therapist for the depression I was fighting about. But it comes down to it. My mother, and she died last September, never got over it. And the last word she said was, well, I get to see Kara now. Well, this whole thing, multiple people were murdered, not just one person, which compounds it. Multiple families were suffering from this. And it was unnecessary. I mean, it shouldn't have happened in the first place as a robbery, but he could have got the money. No one had to die. It's in him to do this. And my feelings are, if he can kill multiple people unnecessarily, he has that part of him that's still there, and he's a danger to society. There's no way he should be released. I mean, that never goes away. That's part of you. It's part of your psyche. And I don't understand how this should be occurring as a question, you know. But all I can tell you is the scars that are in my family run deep about this. My daughter is named after my sister, and my nephew and I aren't on speaking terms because he is disconnected from the family partially because of this. He has mental issues, and my niece Celia, she fights depression too, and has always had questions about what her mother would have been like in her life. So the damage done can't be repaired, and this is something that's really soul crushing for our family. as my brother in this situation, he came and talked about it. This is something that he, this day, is still fresh in his mind about that day. Me too. I just would say, just do not put this person back into society. No other family needs to go through this. And I guess that's it. That's what I have to say on the subject, and I want to give someone else a chance to speak.
Well, we appreciate you calling in, Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're gonna move on to Miss Jean Free, I think the victim's friend. Ms. Free?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I appreciated hearing directly from Mr. Hill. What I didn't hear to my ear is a sense of regret. And while I appreciate classes that he completed, and I did appreciate the understanding that one victim creates thousands of victims, I'm not sure that completing classes is something that can teach or give someone the empathy and self-awareness needed for true rehabilitation. And those things do worry me. I wrote a very short statement. Michael Witkowski was a dear friend of mine. I understand that clemency asks the state to consider mercy, but I also ask the board to consider the permanence of our collective loss and the stain that the murders have left on the psyches of those left behind. The impact of my loss has not lessened over time. In fact, it becomes magnified in times of sorrow when I'm triggered by things like gun violence, of nightmares that still haunt me, in moments when I see how terribly the act has shaded my perspective on trust and goodness. It becomes magnified in my happiest moments when I realize that Michael will not reach milestones or experience meaningful moments that make a lifetime. Magnified when I look at my daughter and my heart breaks because she will never know Michael, and because of being here today, I had to tell her about the loss. And that's, one thing I want to add is even your request for clemency is a re-traumatization to the victims' families and friends. My daughter was not much older. Excuse me, Michael was not much older than my daughter is now. It's very awful for me to look at her young face and see her absorb my sadness and horror, which re-traumatizes the memory of what he must have gone through in his final moments. Each victim, I am sure, has experienced the ripple effect of loss and grief. The murder of Michael altered the course of my life, and that alteration has never ended. And for this reason, I object to granting clemency to Mr. Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Okay, next I'm gonna go with Irina. I'm not gonna even try your last name, ma'am, from the Attorney General's office.
My name is Irina Zajakova. I'm here on behalf of the Attorney General. My office would oppose any granting of clemency or commutation in this matter. I heard one of Mr. Hill's supporters say that he acknowledged what he has done, but I would respectfully disagree that he acknowledged anything. He made it sound like he was a bystander who just happened to be there, but the reality is that he is the reason that the other perpetrators even had access to this restaurant. He was the one that worked there. They came there so he could discuss his work schedule with one of the victims. He was the reason they had access. He stated that he confiscated the murder weapon. He can't get out of acknowledging the murder weapon. It was found at the home he lived in with his girlfriend. I don't believe it's credible that he confiscated it from the real perpetrators. There's no evidence he made any effort to provide it to law enforcement or report what had happened. There was also potato residue found on one of his shoes. The witnesses described that there was a potato on the end of the gun. It being on his shoes would indicate a proximity to the shooting that is not consistent with just being a bystander. I think it's very clear, both reading the letters from the victims' families and hearing them speak today, that this crime has had a ripple effect on many people, not just the victims, but their families, the children of the survivors who now have to see their parents go through this and be re-traumatized today. This was a senseless, unnecessary crime where 3 people's lives were lost, almost 4. And based on all of that, based on the facts, based on the effects to the survivors, we would oppose any consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for appearing today. Okay, and last we got Mr. Edward McGowan, District Attorney. Mr. McGowan.
Thank you, and may it please the board. Edward McGowan, First Assistant at the Orange Parish DA's office, standing in opposition to this application. We're here today to consider leniency for a man who committed a crime that was anything at the same time. It was an attack on the heart of New Orleans, the physical heart of New Orleans in the French Quarter. It was an attack and affront to the men and women who spend their lives and earn their livelihoods in the service industry, which again is the lifeblood of New Orleans. And it was most important, a cowardly, selfish, cold, calculated massacre of 3 people and an attempt to kill 4. Now, you have heard today, and in your file, there are letters that reflect the incredible tragedy that morning inflicted on those families, forever changed, lives taken forever. I cannot add more to y'all's consideration of their pain and tragedy. I do, however, want to touch on some of the things that have not been spoken about. I'll go back and cover those 2 issues. New Orleans, one of the cultural touchstones of New Orleans is the service industry. It is an integral part of our economy. It is where people from all over the city, white and black, everywhere in the city, they come and they seek opportunity, they seek their first jobs in the service industry, just like I did when I was 14. And because of this man's act, parents around the city for a generation or more have had to ask another question. Say, where's the restaurant? How are you going to get there? How much are you going to pay? You know, you're going to get yourself killed. He did that. He inflicted that horror on the entire city, on parent after parent who sent their children, who sent their brothers and sisters to work in an honorable industry that provides opportunity to so many people. It was also a very visible physical attack on the heart of New Orleans, French Quarter. One of the most visible corners of the French Quarter, the Louisiana Pizza Kitchen, right at the edge of the French Market. Place that is the jewel of New Orleans, the jewel of the state, and is internationally and nationally renowned as a place where it should be. Music, culture, and art. And on that day, he made it a place of murder and horror. It remains that way. When you say Louisiana Pizza Kitchen in New Orleans, everyone knows which. Because of the horror of that crime, of that assassination, because again, do not go to a place where you work where you were known by face and name and commit an armed robbery without the intent and purpose to kill all of those witnesses. Balanced against that horror, balanced against the justice of 3 consecutive life sentences. We have a banal disciplinary record, and his words, which I believe are a study of minimization and deflection. He would have this board believe he was an innocent bystander. And not only is that not comport with the facts that are in the file that we have all reviewed, it's not comport with common sense. Ask yourself what he didn't do. He didn't fight for those victims, his coworkers. He calmly and coldly turned up this music, the sound, so that it would be covered up. He didn't run down the street screaming, not in the middle of the woods, but in the middle of the freshwater. People were everywhere. He didn't call the police. No, he got in the car with the money, went to a house, and hid the guns. The reason why is, thought they got away with it. He thought all 4 were dead, but 1 lived. And that's why they got caught. So that story of minimization does not comport with what we know is in the record and what we know about our common sense. For those reasons, and for the reasons of the friends and family, and for the reasons of all the oppositions of all of the stakeholders that are in the file, the Ordinance Parish District Attorney's Office asked that you decline this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Okay, now we're gonna get to just a few questions for you. I think we've heard a lot here. First off, did you have a gun?
No.
You did not have a gun, so there was 3 of y'all in there?
No, sir. I did not.
Inside the restaurant?
Huh?
How many of y'all went in to rob the restaurant?
3.
So you the only one without a gun?
I didn't have a gun, no.
Okay. Who was the mastermind? Who set up the burglary? You worked there.
That's what they said. They said I was the mastermind. That was the local news was saying. But I never planned anything. I never masterminded anything. I never gave anybody no orders.
You knew they were gonna rob the store though, right?
Did I know?
Yes.
No.
Oh, come on. So why did you take the guns and stuff?
I took the gun to fear for my own life.
So you took them and stored them at your girlfriend's apartment because you were scared they could come back and shoot you?
We was all in the same apartment when we got arrested.
Okay. Tell me about the aggravated burglary that you were accused of. What was that about?
That was my baby's mother. We was having disputes, quite regular, me and her.
Mm-hmm.
She just said I stole a game from my house.
She stole a game from your house, but they wanted to arrest you for aggravated burglary?
No, they did arrest me for aggravated burglary.
I mean, what was the aggravated part about it? You kind of skipped that, like you kind of did with some.
No, she said I stole a video game from her house. From her house.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
she called the police. All right.
All right. I saw that you also had a drug conviction. Were you on drugs at the time of this crime?
Yes.
What kind of drugs were you taking?
Not heroin, cocaine, marijuana.
All right, I'm gonna turn it over to my colleagues on the board. I have no further questions.
Nope.
Oh, yeah. I heard you say earlier, Mr. Hill, that, I'm sorry, not Mr. Hill, but Mr. Carlton, that they wanted to put you in the freezer. Why did they want to do that?
I don't know. He told me to get in the freezer. He pointed a gun at me and told me to get in the freezer. And I said no. I was not going. Told him he was gonna have to shoot me right there by the bar.
Okay, did you guys plan this?
I didn't. No.
You knew if they did, you knew they planned it or what?
Now that I recollect, I mean, now that I reflect on all the things that take place, at times I wanna feel that they intended for me to take a fall. Sometimes I feel that way, but I am not a victim at all because I helped and I participated. And because of that, yeah, I'm very sorry. But no, I didn't help plan it. I did go there with them and I did leave there with them, but I did not plan it, no.
Okay, these were friends of yours where you worked. These were friends of yours, the employees that were killed?
Carol was, I didn't too much know Michael and Santana.
But you worked there, you knew these people and you didn't know they were gonna be killed?
No, sir.
Why did you take the guns?
Because I was hoping that I could diffuse some of the manpower, maybe the firepower that they had. I didn't have no guns. So the last Tracy Marquez pointed a gun at me and told me to get in the cooler. I didn't want him with no gun. I knew the police was coming. So I took the guns and I just put them in the attic.
So they gave you the guns, they didn't fight it or anything, they just gave them to you?
No, I came with the cooler and I told them put it in the cooler, put the guns in the cooler, and they put the guns in the cooler. I closed the cooler and brought it to the attic, put the guns in the attic. And we stood there until the police came.
I have no more questions.
I do. So just about the cooler, I mean, the fact that they did that was that you were part of it, and it doesn't make any sense that they held a gun to you and then later just handed over everything so that you could be the trusted one to go hide it. As compared to your word was you confiscated them. Now you do admit that they gave them to you and put them in a cooler and you put them up so they couldn't be found. So you hid them, you didn't confiscate them because they gave them. Okay. So you minimized everything you said. You really did. But back to the families and the victims, that was where I came in the aftermath as a victim's advocate. And I'm going to tell you something, they use the term the ripple effect, but the individual ripple effect is when somebody sees that one of the parents or brothers or sisters, they might say, how's Michael doing? Or, or how's Carol doing? And the minute that person says, well, they got murdered, that conversation stops. They don't say, well, how are you doing now? Oh, I feel so bad about it. It's oh, I hate to hear that. We'll talk later. Unlike if it was sickness or a car accident, they'd say, yeah, I know other people. They don't have that the minute they say they were murdered. And that's the rest of their life. And then if you're me and you're sitting with, gosh, I don't even know how many, but you got a mother that's on one of my panels for crime victims, and we're at the junior high school. And she turns around and she looks at me, and tears are just rolling down her eyes because she's fixing to talk about her son. And she says to me, Carolyn, will I ever stop crying? I've left his bedroom just like it was when he was murdered. But I'm there for him. But most people aren't, because it's just more than a person can hear or stand. Or you got another sister that she says, when they say, what do you miss the most? She says, I miss that everyday phone call. She would call me and say, I just wanted to hear your voice. And that phone never rings anymore. Or a mother that had a son that would come in the house and he would pick her up and he'd twirl her around because she was so tiny. And he'd say, Mom, what are you cooking for supper? And he'd go look in that refrigerator. That's the ripple effect, but that's the daily effect that they go through when they have that hole in their heart. And I don't know, I wanted you to hear that because, I mean, you were up to your eyeballs involved with it. And these people have lost something irreplaceable. That's all I want to say.
Any more questions? I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Hill, I mean, it's quite apparent. I mean, 29 years, 30 years, and 3 people lost their lives. Went in there without a mask on, like you said. I don't think y'all are intending to leave anyone alive. My vote today is to deny victims' opposition and law enforcement opposition.
Tell us.
You know, it's good that you've tried to rehabilitate yourself. I'm happy of that. The warden made comments that you're changed. But there were 3 lives taken. So today I'm going to concur with Mr. Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and you heard my reasons. It's an irreplaceable loss.
Mr. Prater?
Deny because the heinous nature of the crime, number of victims, number of years not served, 3 life sentences consecutive. Those are my reasons.
All right, Mr. Hill, you've received 4 votes to deny your application. So today, sir, your application's been denied.
Thank you.
All right, still morning. Mr. Robertson, good morning.
Morning,
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Douglas Robinson, 91333.
Okay, Mr. Robertson, let me just read some identifying information into the record, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Robertson, you are classified as a 6th felony offender. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in February 2005 as a habitual offender, first-degree robbery, habitual offender. You received a life sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just acknowledge you got some folks there with you. In support, we have Melba Johnson, your daughter, your brother Donald Johnson, and both of those folks will be speaking. We'll call on them shortly. You also have your sister Carolyn Andrews, another sister Linda Dowie, granddaughter Anya Johnson, another granddaughter Alicia Davis, and your another daughter Regina Johnson. Thank y'all for being here in support. Mr. Robertson, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis today. I'm going to turn it over to him, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. How are you?
All right.
Tell us why and what caused you to be incarcerated, and why you feel that we should grant you commutation of sentence, please.
When they say a bank was robbed, and they convicted me of robbing the bank. And they gave me a life sentence.
What do you say?
Sir?
You said they say you robbed a bank. I'm asking you, what do you say? Did you rob the bank?
No, sir.
Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened, please.
When the bank got robbed, I was at home, and the story came on TV, and I started receiving calls that the man robbed the bank looked like me. And police officers came to my house, and they took me in custody. They asked did I have an alibi. I told them yes. And I told them the alibi. And they said the lady picked me out of the lineup. And she came to court and identified me as robbing the bank. And they said I had a note. That I gave the bank teller. And they took me to trial. And they convicted me. Gave me a life sentence.
Let me ask you a question and tell me the truth. Did you do this?
No, sir.
Okay. How long have you been incarcerated?
23 years.
Had you been in trouble before this happened to you?
Yeah, when I was a juvenile, I was pretty bad.
You're kind of rough.
I was convicted of simple burglary and felony theft and a lot of thefts, mostly.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Warden, can you tell us anything about Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir. He's a Class 8 trustee. He lives at the main prison on Cypress Unit. He works out on the compound for compound security out there. He's a janitor out there. He's only got 11 DB reports since he's been here. He's got an excellent conduct record. He's taken 100 hours and he's completed anger management. No problems to us.
Only 2 classes he took?
I'm showing 100 hours in anger management.
Okay, thank you so much, Ward.
Sorry.
Mr. Robinson, what did you learn out of some of those classes you took? Can you tell us about it or tell me about it, please?
Well, learn how to be more productive citizen when I get out and learn how to control anger more than I used to. And you live and you learn. I have learned more since I have been incarcerated these past 23 years. I'm not the same man that I used to not think before I acted.
Okay. I guess we would like to hear from your daughter, Alva Johnson. Please.
Yeah, you can sit down. We can hear you from here.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. My name is Alva Johnson, and I'm here today speaking as a daughter on behalf of my father. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity. My dad has been incarcerated for 23 years, and I stand here today and grateful to know that I may have a chance to see him again outside this prison. Through the years, our family has felt the pain of his absence, and he has endured great losses while being here. He's lost 2 of his brothers, his mother, and my mother, who is his ex-wife, who he all loved dearly. He's missed the early stages of growth of his grandchildren, graduations, and so many other milestones. He has missed many sentimental moments that are irreplaceable. Most importantly, he has lost the opportunity to be an emotional support figure to his siblings, his children, and other family members who have had to face grief without him. These are losses that can never be recovered. However, if given the opportunity, he may possibly make up for lost time. Navigating this life without him has not been easy. But I'm not here today to speak about loss. I'm here to speak about change. I believe in his reformation. I want to start by mentioning his achievements. Over the course of his incarceration, he has demonstrated significant personal growth. He has obtained 100 hours of educational and vocational training. He has participated in several self-help programs aimed at personal growth and development. I believe that he is ready not only to just come home, but to contribute these achievements to society and to his family. He did not allow prison to define him or harden his heart. Instead, he has always kept faith. He's always stayed positive. Every visit, every phone call, he's always said, it won't be long now. He chose growth, persistence, and accountability. I can say with all my heart that the man my father is today is not the same man who entered this prison more than 2 decades ago. Our relationship has grown. And he has become a source of guidance, not just for me, but for my children. Today, I want my kids to know their grandfather, not through visits or phone calls, but through real presence, so that they can witness the result of what happens when you believe in yourself and keep faith. Our family stands ready to support his reentry. He will return to a stable and supportive environment where he can contribute positively. I cannot wait until he has the opportunity to spend holidays with us and to continue to live the rest of his senior years peacefully. Granting him clemency will not only just reunite a family, it will honor his transformation and will also prove that in some cases, second chances are necessary, because without it, rehabilitation loses its meaning. I believe the time that he has served has accomplished what the justice system has intended, which is lasting reflection and punishment. I respectfully ask the board to consider his transformation in the life that he is prepared to live today. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much. Great comment. Mr. Donald Johnson.
Yes, I want to thank also all of you for giving us an opportunity to speak to you. Many men come through their experiences and need to accept responsibility for their conduct. And some have trouble doing that. They run from that, and then they find themselves unable to turn around because they won't accept the truth. I've seen it a lot. Structure is very important for Douglas if he comes home and the family is willing to provide that so that the economic issues will not be a problem for him, the home environment. The issue is whether or not he will repeat any conduct. And we're here to help him not repeat any mistakes that he did make. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. We've never come before a board before. This is new for all of us. We arrived early and patiently considered what we would say to you to offer him an opportunity to come home. But we think that the structure is there. We think the financial support is there. So it won't be a burden on society. It won't be a burden on the community or anything like that. So the incentive to do wrong won't be there. It'll just be his decision to do the right thing for the rest of the days he's going to be here. And we're here to try to support him doing the right thing. With respect to the past, I cannot address that. Douglas had the same opportunity that we all had. He went his own way, but children do that. Some take different routes. We realize that. But after 23 years, I think it's time that the decision to come home is afforded him. A life sentence is just onerous for the felonious conduct that he was convicted of. I think that at the time that he was offered 12 years or less, or 10 years when he was coming up for trial, and he decided not to take that route. And unfortunately, he finds himself with making his own decision, and that's why he's here. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. I'm not here in an official role. I'm here to just support him as a brother.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Cheryl, did you announce the other?
I did.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
It looks like you've completed the pre-release program. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the 100 hours.
Just 100 hours. He hadn't done pre-release.
Pre-release is the 100 hours.
The same thing.
Same thing.
And his disciplinary record that there's been no problem, so he meets that qualification. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Risk assessment, he meets that qualification.
And just to put it to the record, he did graduate from high school. He graduated from Capital High School. And he also attended Southern University for 2 years, and he dropped out of Southern, but he furthered his education after Southern. He enrolled in the welding school in New Roads at the Votech School, and he do have a certificate of welding.
Oh, okay. Well, that's wonderful. I don't have, and I did want to mention that the victim, the teller, she says that she has no opposition to being granted. So that's all.
How old are you, Mr. Robertson?
69.
And you mentioned that you got a life sentence for the first-degree robbery. Is that right? That's your understanding? Well, you got the life sentence because you're a habitual offender, because you had such a bad criminal history. They compounded the penalty for the first-degree robbery because of the history. I want to be sure you understand that.
Yes.
Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
How's your health?
Oh, it's pretty good. I walk about 3 miles a day.
Oh, good. You take any medicines? every day?
Yep. Yes,
Yeah. Okay. But you're in good shape. You got a job?
yes, ma'am, road walker.
Road walker. Okay, good. All right, I don't have any other questions.
I'll call executive session, please.
We have a motion for executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Freeman. Is there any objection? All right, hearing none, we're going to convene an executive session, Mr. Robertson, to discuss confidential matters. We'll be back shortly. All right, we are back in regular session, Mr. Robertson. It is 11:06 a.m. and we are prepared to vote. And we'll ask Mr. Tillis for his vote first.
Mr. Robinson, my vote today is going to be to recommend commutation to 40 years.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur, Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
My vote, Mr. Robertson, is the same to make the recommendation your parents be commuted to 40 years. The warden spoke. You have a good record. You've done some good work since you've been there. You have great family support. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf, sir. Good luck to you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Warden, we're going to sign off at your facility. It's 11:07.
Okay.
All right, yeah, y'all could just take your place at the podium, please.
Morning, members of the board.
Good morning.
Cold enough for y'all?
Yes. And Phil saw his, whatever, saying it's 6 more weeks of winter.
Chocopicky Jones.
Yeah, whatever his name is. So, would y'all? Yeah, so Mr., is it Mr. Beecham? Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
Yes.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your mailing address.
Russell J. Beecham. I just moved at 8051, Vincent Road, apartment B 208, Vincent Road, demonstrating Indiana, zip code 70726.
Okay, good deal. And you have counsel with you this morning. And Mr., would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, members of the board. Thanks for good to see y'all folks again. It's always a pleasure. And I'll be representing Mr. Beach.
Okay, so let me just read the identifying information into the record, Mr. Ferrari. We do have some concerns I want to talk about before we actually get into the details of this case. But Mr. Beecham is, for the record, classified as a 5th felony offender. He is seeking, it looks like, a pardon without restoration of firearms. And for the offense, sentencing was in Livingston Parish. It was distribution of Schedule II cocaine. He was sentenced September 2009 to a 30-year sentence. So that's the offense we're talking
And
about.
really also for commutation so that he's on lifetime parole for supervision. And we're asking for that to be terminated. He's been on parole supervision for about 8 years. And one of the things that I think that may come up, we need to address at some point. Y'all have any other concerns, anything before I?
Yeah, I'm showing he's on parole supervision until 2038, not lifetime.
The parole agent was Janet LaBar. She told me it was lifetime supervision, but maybe when she was telling me all that, she may have had information incorrectly. But he had a motion had been granted when he was released early, and she indicated to me that because he's only 50, how old is he? 52, he has no income. One of the things in my application, they stated that he's unable to get to work because nobody will hire him since he's on parole. So that was a big thing. Being off of parole allows him an opportunity to work. Because he lived with his mom until his mom recently passed away. And the parole agent indicated to me that she had put in for a waiver of any fees, and Mr. Beecham had any money. They didn't do way of paying us. And I thought that was taken care of, and now I know that there may be some fees out there that still lingering.
The record, I do show he was on and off a suspended status for a while, and they would automatically be waived during that time, but I do see that there is an arrearage. The record shows over $4,000, so I'm not, because by law, we can't grant the relief he's seeking as long as that shows up as an outstanding debt. So I think Miss Carolyn Stapleton was assigned the case, and she has a recommendation, I believe.
Yeah,
to
I'm
let
gonna
you
vote
clear
to
that up.
continue to allow you to clear all that up, and then when you come back, all that'll be taken care of.
I wasn't aware, but I guess I assumed that she was putting in for the waiver, but now that I know about it, I know what to do.
Yeah, we don't have it here, and it may just not have gotten to us, or I don't know, but we don't have it, and so we can't really proceed until that's resolved. So, Mr. Tillis, would you like to vote
Yes.
to continue?
Yes.
Mr. Prater?
Correct.
Mr. Frager?
Vote continue.
And my vote also is to continue. That way you don't have to go through the whole process again. You let us know when you got it worked out, and we'll put him back on the docket.
Okay.
Okay, and you'll explain to Mr. Beecham what we just did.
Yeah, as soon as I get out of here, I'm gonna go ahead and reach out to her and ask her. I heard she's retired, but I don't remember.
Say Janet retired.
She has retired?
Mhm.
Yeah, so there'll be somebody who took her place, and I
All right, good morning, Mr. Moss.
Good morning. Yes, Catherine Gilmer, present on behalf of and with Mr. Moss.
All right, Mr. Moss, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Dustin Moss, current mailing address is 300 Burford Road, Stonewall, Louisiana, 71078.
All right, thank you, sir. And we already have you, Ms. Gilmer, in the record. Thanks for being here. So, Mr. Moss, you're classified as a first felony offender. We have your DOC number as 720-937. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in April 2017, Bossier Parish, for indecent behavior with juveniles. You received a 5-year sentence that was suspended and you were placed on 5 years probation. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. And your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so I'm going to turn it over to him. He'll introduce the folks who are here in support, and we do have folks in opposition also. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Moss, first off, I want you to tell me, what did you do to get yourself convicted? And why do you think we should take you off? Why do you think we should grant a pardon today?
Pictures were sent via Snapchat. That's what got me here today. I'm looking for a pardon due to the fact that I'm a single dad. I have custody of my daughter, week on, week off basis. And it's real hard to be a dad and be on this at the same time due to school restrictions. So I can't take her to school. Right now she's homeschooled, but I'm having issues with her mother doing her school. So it would help me out a lot to be able to be a dad and be able to take her to school, drop her off, pick her up. And at the time, I can't do that right now due to my restrictions.
So what are you asking us to do today?
I would really like to get this pardon because it would help. I can give it to the school board. They'll have a little bit more leniency on me to do basically just to be a dad and do what I have to do as a parent for school.
Okay, how long is are you still having to register?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm done with probation. I've been done with probation for years. I took counseling during that time for the same amount of probation. I completed that as well.
Mr. Moss is subject to 15-year registration. He is, according to the statute, eligible to have that released early after 10 years for a clean record. That would be, he'd be eligible for that in April of 2017.
2027.
2027. Thank you.
No.
One of us knows what we're talking about this morning.
All right. So let's get to the people that are here in favor. Ms. Karen Waring. Can Ms. Waring tell us what you want us to know about the subject, Mr. Moss?
I've known Mr. Moss for about 9 years now. We met in 2017 on a job site. We dated for a while. He's never been inappropriate with anybody I've known. He's a great guy. He's outstanding. He's good with his kids. He cares about his kids. You know, he cared about me, he cared about my grandkids. That's about it. He's a good guy, all around good guy.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay, next we'll go to Sean Lawrence, best friend. Mr. Lawrence? Is he having trouble getting in?
He's on mute still.
You're on mute, Mr. Lawrence.
He may be having trouble. He just got out.
He just got out, so we'll come back to Mr. Lawrence. He's back in, so we'll go with Mr. Lawrence.
There he is.
Okay. All right, Ms. Lawrence, tell us what you want us to know about your friend.
You said tell us what you want to know about him?
What you want us to know about him, Mr.
Oh,
Moss.
okay. Mr. Moss been my friend since high school, so we've been friends for over 20 years. He's the godfather to my kids, so he's a good person. Always has his daughter. So his daughter calls me uncle. He's a good dude, and I think this would help him in putting his daughter through school a little better, since he's struggling with his daughter having school because of the mother.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll now hear from your attorney, Ms. Gilmore.
Yes, good morning, Chairwoman and members of the board. I will keep myself brief. I do also note that Mr. Moss has an apology and a statement he would like to read to the board if you'll allow him the opportunity. I've known Dustin for about a year, assisting him with this application. I did not know him back in 2017 at the time that this all happened. But in this year, I've gotten to know him pretty well going through this process. From the first moment I met Dustin, he was very forthright and upfront with me about his conviction, how he got there, and what he's done since then. I have noticed just in a year the positive changes that he's made in his life. He and I spoke last week in preparation for this hearing, and the first thing he said to me when he came into my office was, my daughter and I just got baptized, and had pictures and video to show to me. One of the things I know he wants to mention is that as a result of this process, he has reaffirmed his connection to his faith, and is encouraging that in his daughter as well, and has found that a really positive focus and outlet for his life. Dustin is not going to deny that he made a bad decision. That's never been something that he's denied to me. And by pleading guilty, he accepted responsibility when this occurred. He has taken his obligation to register seriously. He's taken his counseling seriously. And he has used those opportunities to address the poor decision making that put him in a position to have to talk to this board at all. And so I think that Dustin is a wonderful candidate for a pardon. He has really worked to make positive changes in his life, and so we would ask that the board grant his request today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna kind of vary back because I think, Mr. Moss, I'd like for you to read that letter before the victims testify.
Yes, sir. So I want to first answer something that was mentioned at the last hearing, which is that, and I did watch the last hearing and what the victim statement was, which is that I never apologized to the victim, Abigail, and her family due to the court restrictions on contacting them. I couldn't. I wasn't able to apologize before. With that being said, I'm sorry for my actions that took place in 2016. I hope for closure and peace for Abigail and her family. Because of my conviction, I did serve 5 years on probation and actively participated in counseling during that time. I successfully completed both. I'm asking for a pardon because of this conviction that's taken a toll on my life as a father. I've had sole custody of my son for many years, but at any time his school needed a parent to be present, I couldn't be there. Same thing goes for my daughter. My ex-wife and I now share custody of our 11-year-old daughter on a week-on, week-off basis. This conviction continues to place restrictions on my ability to co-parent my daughter in the same way it has restriction on parenting of my son. I also have a daughter in Tennessee who I have had difficulty visiting due to my restrictions on my liberty as a result of the conviction and registration. But I have not wasted the almost decade since my conviction. I have made many positive changes to my life. I have committed myself to God. My daughter and I have recently both been baptized, and I make sure that I don't miss a day of church. I've had plenty of time to reflect on my actions in 2016, and I can definitely say I will never put myself or anyone else in a situation like this again. My children mean everything to me, and at the end of the day, this is all I want to be, a dad, and be able to do that to the fullest. Once again, I'm sorry for my actions, and all I ask is forgiveness at the end. And that's all I have to say. I'm sorry for what I did. It'll never happen again.
Well, I just wanted you to read that. Now we're gonna hear from, whichever one wants to go first, either Abigail or Miss Bergeron, whoever wants to speak first.
I'm Abigail Williams. What I'm sharing comes from a place that has shaped much of my life, and I ask that you not only hear the facts of this case, but the reality of what those actions have caused. I firmly believe that granting Mr. Moss a pardon would minimize the deliberate abuse and ignore lifelong consequences it has caused. I've always been a very trusting person. At 14 years old, that trust made me vulnerable. At that age, I was still learning how to navigate the world, still believing that adults who shared care and guidance could be trusted. That trust became the doorway through which my innocence was taken. It followed me into adulthood and changed how I see people, safety, and most of all myself. While we all make mistakes in life, what Mr. Moss did cannot be reduced to a mistake. This was not confusion or poor judgment. It was intentional. It was a grown man deliberately targeting a young girl who was still trying to figure out who she was. His actions were self-serving and calculated with no regard for the damage that would cause. I've gained my title as a mother to my beautiful 8-month-old son. And becoming a mother has come with a depth of love and protectiveness I've never known before. Now I can finally grasp why my own mother reacted the way she did. The fear, the anger, the protective instinct that comes from a place of pure love. When I look at my son, who's so innocent and unaware of the world around him, I can't even fathom the thought of someone ever taking advantage of his vulnerability. The idea of him enduring even a fraction of what I experienced breaks me in a way I never knew possible. There are things that still haunt me, things I can't fully understand, even to this day. One of the deepest vulnerabilities was the loss of my father at the young age of 9. Mr. Moss knew how deeply that affected me. He used it against me, claiming that my father wanted us to be together when I became of age. To weaponize the memory of my father was cruel and deeply disturbing. What makes this even harder to reconcile is that Mr. Moss is a father himself. I often ask myself, if someone did this to her, how would he react? Would he still believe a person like that deserved leniency, grace, or a second chance? I believe we all know exactly how we would react if it was our own child, and if so, then why would he be okay doing it to someone else's child, especially a child whose parents trusted him as family? As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that I was not the only one. He possessed inappropriate images of other girls, revealing a pattern of behavior that was deliberate and dangerous. This was not an isolated incident, it was a choice repeated. While some may argue that I should have known better, and for a long time I believed that myself, but at the time I was still a child who was learning and growing, and that stage of my life was taken, which it should have never been. I blamed myself for years, believing I allowed this to happen. However, now with time and clarity, I know this was never my responsibility to bear, nor solely my fault. He knew exactly what he was doing, and the part that I hate the most is that not only did it affect me, but it affected other people close to me, who've also had to pick up the pieces. It damaged one of the closest relationships I had, which was after my father's death. My mother and I were inseparable. During that time, I was manipulated into seeing her as the enemy instead of the parent she was fighting to protect me to be. He allowed that to happen. Before today, there was no apology, there was no remorse to myself or my mother. While he seeks relief, I'm left to live with the aftermath of forever. That extended beyond one person and into an entire grieving family. And that impact does not disappear with the passage of time. Today, I'm asking you to consider not only my stories, but the stories of children who never get the chance to speak. For those who have been targeted by someone they believe they could trust. Asked please not to grant Mr. Moss a pardon. His actions were intentional, manipulative, and profoundly damaging. They carry lifelong consequences, and accountability should reflect that. I'm asking you to stand with me, honor the truth, and deny this pardon so that no other child has to endure what I went through. Thank you for listening and considering my position.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming today. Okay, Miss Gina Basram.
I'm here with this husband that is asking for clemency. I understand he said sorry, remorseful. That just came about. And I don't think it was because he wasn't able to talk to us, because he could have went through his attorney. I think there's ways that could have been construed, but nonetheless, I don't think he deserves clemency. He didn't do any time in jail. He was on a dating site in 2019, which is a violation of probation. That was turned over to Bossier Parish Police Department, July 2019, which shows to me that he's not taking it serious. Anybody could be baptized, anybody can go to church. But what about the time that he was manipulating my daughter, telling her that her dad wanted them to be together when she turned 18? What about that? What about his own children? I mean, you should think about that before you make this decision to do inappropriate things with a minor. I'm just asking that you don't give clemency today, because I don't think you learned this lesson. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Moss, we got, computer back on, we're gonna get back to questioning you. All right, what about your alcoholism? What you did about that?
I only drink socially, and that's very rare because my job, I work Monday through Friday and I have my daughter on the weekends. Other than that, I don't go anywhere. I don't go out and party. I'll go to the house and stay there. I don't do nothing.
All
And
right,
previous,
and also,
I'm sorry, the last 5 years, I worked in oil and gas. And so I always worked. So I hold a CDL and I can't drink or anything like that. It's not good for me. So
I just noticed that you said you did these things when you got drunk. So that's why I was asking.
oh no, you're fine. I completely understand. At times, during that time, I any difficult time really, and alcohol doesn't mix well with me when I'm sad or not doing so well. When there's issues, I do stupid stuff. And so here lately, I don't drink. I haven't drank at all. Due to those, and especially what I'm going through right now with my ex-wife and court and all that, it's been difficult.
All right, and I saw where you pled to disturbing the peace, and it was improper telephone communication. Was that with your current wife?
Yes, sir, that was. I was actually out of town. I used to work in West Texas quite a bit. We did have the only way I was supposed to communicate with her was through our family wizard, which I did have at the time. I was able to speak to my daughter or write my wife to get a hold of my daughter. Some nights while I was out there, I'd get off work, try to call her, never got answered. Well, she ended up calling the cops multiple times on me, Bossier Sheriff's actually, for me supposedly harassing and stalking her. That's what the original charge was. And then when we went to court, they lowered it down to disturbing the peace.
I would also note that at the time of the filing of this application, Mr. Moss was married. He and his wife have since divorced while this was pending. So when he refers to his ex-wife or wife at the time of the filing, those are the same person.
Okay. So if I understand it right, when this was going on, were you married?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you said your little girl was 11, so she must have just been born. Okay.
She was born in 2014. The day the photos occurred, she was actually in the hospital. I wanted to stay at the hospital. My wife told me to go home to clean the house. And I ended up going home, drinking, cleaning the house, and this is what led to it. And then she didn't show up till the next day.
All right. And you first came in contact with her at a gas station after a long time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's been many, many, many years. I did know her dad. They were actually neighbors, long time ago. And after her dad died, even before her dad died, I didn't have any really communication with any of them. I ran into her dad 1 year, and then he died, I don't know, like months later. And I ran into them at the gas station 2016. I want to say 2016. No, 2015. Yeah, 2015. And when I actually got invited, they invited me over to their house for a bonfire New Year's Eve day, which was actually my birthday, and went over there, visited with everybody, and was probably there anywhere between 20 and 30 minutes and left. And after that, didn't see him at all.
All right. I have no further questions. I'll leave it up to my colleagues if they have anything else to ask.
I do.
Mrs. Stapleton?
Okay, sir, as I read this report and what the young lady talks about, there was no doubt in your mind the age of the victim, because you just mentioned that. Here it says you'd known since she was a small child. Am I correct on that?
Yes, I've known her since she was actually in diapers, I want to say.
Yeah. So you knew you were dealing with a child.
Ma'am?
You knew that you were dealing with a trusting child.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And in the report, it says that, you became very flirtatious with her and told her how grown up she looks and stuff. And, in the world of sexual predators, we call that grooming, where a person takes a little bit of time, then, he smooths things in until he gets a child to do what he wants to do. Do you recognize that?
No, ma'am. At the time, I didn't.
But now, do you?
Yes, ma'am. I definitely do. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you blame alcohol on that.
A part of it, yes, and a part of it, no.
Yeah, because really, alcohol may be the catalyst that allows you to do something that you know is wrong already.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So even social drinking of alcohol, you need to recognize that look what it led to.
Yes, ma'am.
Said that you made numerous requests. So we had a 29-year-old. Am I correct about your age at the time? How old were you?
I was 29 at the time.
Yeah, and she was 14. So 29 versus 14.
She was 16.
That's here 14.
That was in 2016.
It doesn't matter. You were dealing with a child.
Yes, yes,
and you
ma'am.
started grooming her all that time. And also the wedge that you drew between her and her mother. That is something I've commonly seen too. That the person grooming the child will get the child presents and stuff like that, and then you alienate the child from her mother. And I did hear that being mentioned here today. So everything that was done that I can hear was very deliberate and common. But she mentioned that there were other victims. Yes or no?
No, ma'am, there wasn't.
No?
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
all
The
right.
pictures I had on my Snapchat was
Uh-huh.
actually of my wife. So she sent me pictures while I was out of town working and put them on Snapchat. So when our kids used our phone to watch videos or take pictures themselves, they wouldn't see any of that with their own eyes. That's why I had all the pictures on Snapchat.
Okay, that's all the question I had. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Moss, so I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Yes, you know, Mr. Moss, I applaud you for what you're doing, parenting your, kids and all of that. But your 10-year, your registration, you can't even get rid of it till 2027. You've only been off pro supervision 5 years. I think the registration stuff needs to be over with before we consider this. So my vote today is gonna be to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
Due to law enforcement opposition and the victims, my vote is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Tillis and Mr. Freeman on what they said. To deny.
Mr. President?
I concur with everything that's been said. I'd also like you to seriously consider completely stopping any kind of substance abuse or any kind of substance taken in that might make you do what you did. You don't need to be drinking socially.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not that important to me, but anyway, I concur.
All right, Mr. Moss, so you've gotten 4 votes to deny your application today. Today, your application's been denied, sir. Good
Yes,
luck.
ma'am. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. It's barely morning. It's 11:59 in the morning, and we are at headquarters in Baton Rouge. I'll be conducting this hearing as far as the chairmanship goes. And you can see from the name tag, we've been going for quite a while this morning, who is on the board that will be determining if your request granted or not. And we're talking to Mr. Jesse Stowe, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Mr. Stowe, would you give us your DLC number?
My DOC number is 624993.
Okay, for purposes of the record, Cheryl Renatza, who is normally the chairman of our board, is recusing herself because of reasons of familial reasons. And so therefore she won't be voting today and she won't be attending or anything. And so it'd be the four of us that'll be handling the case today. And you're at Dixon, and would, who from Dixon is in the room as far as the staff?
Sister Warden Caraway.
Okay, thank you, Sister Ward. We appreciate you being here. And the way, and of course, let me introduce Miss Jane Hogan. Ms. Hogan, thank you for being here again with us. You've appeared before the board, and we appreciate your input, and you know how we operate, and we know how you operate, so we'll conduct ourselves, you know, the same way as normal. We've got people that will speak for Mr. Stowe, and we got some folks that will be speaking in opposition of Mr. Stowe, and in opposition of his request for Mr. Stowe. Okay, to begin with, Mr. Stowe, we'll ask you to tell us why you're there, what you were convicted of, and some details of the crime to kind of let us know what your thoughts are about it at this particular point in your life, and what you've done to possibly make yourself worthy of us granting this request. Then we'll ask the assistant warden to give us some details about what he has to say, and then we'll move on to your supporters, and then those in opposition, and then the board will ask some questions, and then we'll be through. We'll make our decision. So, Mr. Stowe, go ahead and tell us what I just asked for. Just talk to us out of your heart and let us know what's going on.
Yes, sir. I'm incarcerated because I lured a man named Leonard Joey Bro to a sidewalk in St. Tammany Parish, and I shot him in his face, sir. And then I stole his cell phone and I drove away. I have nothing but remorse for my actions. I know that words are just air with sound attached, but if there's any way these words can help bring comfort, not only to Mr. Bro, but to his family, I would love to take the opportunity right now to do so. I understand, and I've tried to be empathetic to how I would feel if the shoe was on the other foot, and I can honestly say that I would probably oppose as well. But hopefully by the time I'm done explaining all of the things what I've accomplished and what tasks I've set for myself to achieve and what I've done with my time in prison will bring at least a little bit of comfort. At the time of when I made the decision to wound Mr. Bro, I was under the influence of a substance that I purchased at a gas station. It's commonly known as Mojo. And I honestly don't remember the event that took place that day. I'm only able to recall what I read in the police paperwork after the event took place. I have since then taken many substance abuse classes, such as living in balance, substance abuse, and cognitive awareness. I have had multiple jobs since I've been incarcerated. I've learned that I'm good with animals. I've learned how to cook. I've learned carpentry and plumbing. And I guess all of the so-called accomplishments that I've done are really not my overall goal of sharing today. I really just want to take this time to apologize to the family of Mr. Bro and Mr. Bro himself. There is not a single day that's gone by in 12 years and 7 months that I haven't wished that I could take that away. I know that this is a stain we will all carry on our shoulders. And I just hope that my words today can bring at least a little bit of comfort. I thank you for hearing me. And I hope that you can forgive me.
Okay.
If I am released, I have a plan to go to Mississippi. I'm going to work offshore with my father. I will probably never return to the state of Louisiana. And if there's any question I did not ask, would you please give me the opportunity to or answer?
Yes, sir. We'll get to that in a little bit, and we'll have a chance to talk to you a little bit more about some of the courses you've taken and some of the things that you've done, and we'll be able to ask some questions about that. Warden, would you tell us what kind of fellow he's been since he's been in there under your
sir. Jesse's been in DCI since 2022. Just looking through his record, no disciplinary record. Like he said, he's got a lot of classes he's completed. Really no problems out of this.
What's his current job out there?
I think Jesse, he's currently in school.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, let's go ahead and talk to some folks that are supportive of this, and Ms. Hogan, we'll leave you till last if that's okay, of supporters, and let you kind of wrap up that end of it, and then we'll move on to the opposition. So let's see, let's hear, I think you're Miss, let's see, we got Shyler Stowe, who is in DC. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that right or wrong?
It's
Okay.
Skylar, Mr. Frater.
Shyler?
Skylar.
Okay. Skylar Stowe. You know who I'll let you introduce yourself.
Sorry.
And thank you, and I'm sorry, I don't do names well.
All right, not a problem. My name is Skylar Stowe.
Okay, and tell us what's on your mind.
I did prepare a little something that I'd like to read. I just didn't want to forget anything I wanted to say to you today. So good afternoon. My name is Skylar Stowe. I'm here today advocating on behalf of my big brother, Jesse Stowe, in hopes of a chance for him to be a free man sooner rather than later. I have known my brother Jesse my entire life. I've had the opportunity to watch him live and learn, stumble and fall, grow and change. The privilege to see him now as the man before me and all of you fills me with pride. A loving son, supportive brother, silly uncle, caring cousin, good-natured nephew, inspiring friend, dutiful Christian, and devoted student. A young man who has learned the value of his life, the weight of his decisions, the endless love of his family, and all the ambitious aspirations for his future. Jesse has made numerous rehabilitation efforts over these past 12.5 years. He has remained diligent in his sobriety, in his spiritual, physical, and emotional development. Jesse is always looking to spend his time productively, always trying to better himself and be a man we can all be proud of. My brother inspires me with his positive outlook on life, always making the worst situations seem less grim with infectious joy and unwavering hope. Jesse can rely on the support and opportunities to work, live, and thrive with his family endlessly. He has a tremendous support system ready and waiting to help him set his beautiful life into motion. Prison has allowed Jesse the time and patience to produce passions that will carry him through the rest of his days, and now only requires the opportunity to apply what he has learned. My brother, my family, and myself all greatly appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those words, and we'll certainly consider those as we make our decision. Thank you for preparing the statement to us. Okay, someone that's here at headquarters, Miss Michelle Stowe, who is the mother of Jesse Stowe. Miss Michelle Stowe, would you please go to the podium and address us, please, ma'am?
Yes. I'm gonna try my best to hold it together,
Okay,
and because I'm so emotional, I just wrote it down, but
that's fine.
please don't make it
Perfectly
any
fine.
less genuine. Because, okay, well, hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Stone, Jesse's mom. It's okay, I'll read everything.
Yes, ma'am,
So I
that's
don't
fine.
forget anything that's important. I'd like to start with a little bit of Jesse's history. He is very well mannered. He was always very well mannered, loved, sweet, and a caring child. He's very smart, and he did very well in school until he became pubescent. That's when things started to shift. It was a constant battle, but by the grace of God, my stubbornness, my diligence, my determination, he graduated with this class. That was a good day. Once Jesse moved out on his own, things got progressively worse. He was abusing substances and making extremely poor decisions. He was in a very bad way. Jesse became almost unrecognizable, like a different person altogether. In 2013, things got so bad that I had to have him hospitalized. Excuse me, reading my classes. It wasn't long after that Jesse was arrested, and so many lives were forever changed. On another note, I truly believe that Jesse's incarceration not only saved, but redirected his life in a very positive way. Mother or not, I would not be standing here today saying things that I'm saying if I did not 100% believe with all of my heart that Jesse is truly changed. And I'm so proud of the man that he's become today. He has worked very hard on himself. He has learned a lot and has grown so much throughout these years. He is kind, he is thoughtful, and he is good-hearted. And his knowledge and faith in God is unwavering. And I know with every fiber of my being that if my son is granted a second chance, he will not squander it, and he will accomplish remarkable things. He now knows how precious and meaningful life is. And I'm not sure if it's appropriate, but I'd love to say a little something to the opposers.
They'll hear you. You can say it to us.
Okay.
Direct your comments to the board, please.
Oh, okay, okay. I've had this in me for many, many years. And I just want to apologize on behalf of myself, my family, to the Leonard and the Grove family. And I want them to know that I've always prayed and still pray today and will continue to pray for their families regardless of the outcome today. And I thank everyone for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good, very good words, and we appreciate the sincerity of it. Ms. Hogan, I believe it's your turn to talk to us. You would take over from here.
Thank you, Mr. Prater. As you've heard, when Jesse Stowe was 21 years old, he was in a very dark place. He was addicted to a substance that he was buying legally at the gas station, and it was to the point where he was hospitalized a few months before this with substance-induced psychosis. But Jesse is not here to blame any of his actions on drugs. He is the first person to say that it was his decision to take drugs. It was his decision not to seek help for his addiction. And from the outset, he's always taken responsibility for what he did to Mr. Crowe. He pled guilty to his crime, and he accepted his punishment. And what makes Jesse's case unique from other cases that come before this board is that there was no adjustment period in Jesse's incarceration. He didn't spend a couple of years getting write-ups and figuring out what the rules were. From the outset of his arrest and his incarceration, Jesse gave up drugs. He has sought God. He has more certificates than I can count that are attached. He doesn't have a single disciplinary write-up in over 12 and a half years, which is highly unusual. I think I could count on one hand my clients that I've had that have never had a single write-up in all of their incarceration. He's also taken every class that's been available to him. He has worked with dogs, he's worked in maintenance, he's worked as a trustee, he's currently in school. So any opportunity that there is to better himself, Jesse's taken it. There's also letters of support within the packet of things that I submitted to the board from other individuals who are also incarcerated with Jesse, who he has impacted in some way their own spiritual journey or their own sobriety. So he's not just bettering himself, he's bettering the lives of other people. This board's mission is to weigh the need for further incarceration against the risk to public safety and the risk to society at large if Jesse were to be released, and to, of course, respect the finality of convictions and sentences and the wishes of the victims. What we're asking this board today for is not to change Jesse's sentence. He was sentenced to 25 years. We're not asking that number be changed. What we are asking for is the possibility for parole, which would further the goal of public safety, because it would allow this board to put any conditions of release it wants on Jesse. Whereas if he serves out his entire sentence and he was full termed out, there will be no supervision on him, and there will be no, there's no opportunity to add conditions. So in order to best promote public safety and to ensure that Jesse is released with maintaining his sobriety, maintaining class substance abuse treatment, anything that this board wishes to impose on him, the best way to effectuate that would be to give him parole eligibility so that when he is released, he is able to be released with those conditions. And as you heard from Jesse, his plan would be to move to Mississippi, to leave the state of Louisiana. He has tremendous family support. He's young enough to start his life, and he has family support that would only dwindle and diminish with more time and more incarceration. So we present that the appropriate time to release Jesse is now rather than later, and with any conditions that are deemed appropriate from this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. We appreciate that very much. We'll move on now to the opposition. And let's see, we have two on Zoom and one at headquarters. We'll take the Zoom first. Miss Felicia Husson, if I'm reading that right. Miss Felicia, would you tell us what's on your mind, please?
Yes, I am just like Skylar's there to advocate for her brother. I am here to advocate for mine and my baby brother. I will say to Mr. Stowe, I appreciate him expressing his remorse and the comments from his mother. But with that said, Mr. Stowe's crime was premeditated. He brought a gun, isolated my brother away from people on a rail trail, shot him in the head, and took my brother's cell phone and other possessions, leaving him to die. Thankfully, due to the perseverance of my brother crawling along the trail and the happenstance of a patrolling park ranger finding him, his plan to murder my brother by shooting him in the head failed. Although my brother remains extremely smart and gifted artistically, his life has been irrevocably changed. Every time he looks in the mirror, he sees the changes to his face and head due to the inflicted trauma of the bullet and the required surgery to remove part of his skull to allow for the swelling of his brain. The trauma caused by the bullet that Mr. Stowe put into my brother's head has caused him to lose some hearing. He can only see peripherally out of his left eye, and he has many issues related to traumatic brain injury, including a seizure disorder for which he will require medication for life, and damage to his frontal lobe, which is key to controlling emotions, key to attention and making memories. It affects language. And all of this has and continues to affect him in ways too numerous to fully enumerate here, and can really only be understood by walking in his shoes. My brother continues to struggle daily, secondary to the ramifications of this crime, which have not only changed his life, but the lives of his family, which includes his parents, his siblings, his son, and friends. Every day, my brother and family continue to pay a price for this crime that was committed. My brother has no hope of escaping the ramifications of Mr. Stowe's crime. And it was a heinous action. He has taken a lot from my family, and I understand it has had ramifications on his life, his family's life, numerous lives. But I humbly submit that he should have to serve the time that was allocated. Luckily, my brother did not die, because we and Mr. Stowe would be in a different situation. But I feel that the intent of the crime should be kept in mind. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments, and we'll certainly keep them in mind. Miss Alicia Bro. Yes, ma'am, Miss Bro, how are you today?
Fine, thank you. Can you hear me okay? I unmuted.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. We sure can.
I wanted to reiterate that the choice given Mr. Stowe when he pled guilty was 25 years without parole. That was stipulated. The crimes that he committed could have been punishable for up to 50 years, and he was given about half the sentence that could have gone along with them. I won't reiterate all the physical and emotional problems and damage that has been done to my son, Leonard. But I will say that they are lasting his whole life. His ability to gain a job, to be gainfully employed, and to be a full adult have been greatly impaired because of the brain damage that Mr. Stowe called. And I also want to reiterate that it was premeditated. When Mr. Stowe spoke of his crimes, he indicated that he lured my son, which he did, and that he took his cell phone. Not so. He deliberately isolated him. He had purchased a gun 2 days before, so he can't use the excuse of being on some drug as somehow that affected his behavior that day. He premeditated to murder my son for a few $100s and his cell phone, which he threw away. At the time, his mother said that they were going to use the crazy card to get Jesse off, which they didn't. But it is not sufficient to allow him parole when the stipulated sentence was 25 years without parole. I don't buy that someone who values life that little has suddenly made this great turnaround. I think that he will do and say anything that you expect him to say to try to get away with attempted murder and armed robbery. And I would urge you not to grant parole to a person such as this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your words, and we'll take them into consideration. And finally, in opposition, we have the victim's father, Mr. Bro Sr., who's here at headquarters. Mr. Bro, would you go to the podium, please, sir, and address us?
Yes, thank you. A lot has been said by my daughter and also my wife, and just to reiterate, Jesse could have received 50 years maximum for this attempted murder. He has taken away my son's life. He had to drop out of Southeast Louisiana University where he was an honor student. Jesse has taken all kinds of classes. Great for him. He's got the brain. He does not have brain damage. He didn't. He inflicted on my son. We made an agreement with the DA so that my son would not have to go through more trauma after being airlifted by helicopter to Our Lady of the Lake in Baton Rouge. We've gone through brain ICU and then regular ICU for weeks, and then stayed in the hospital. Then physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy. He is still had to go through for months. This is not acceptable for someone. The DA said and to keep your son from more trauma and more heartache, we can make this plea where he will go for 25 years, no parole. No means no. No parole means you get no. You don't come up for a hearing for parole because it's no. Agreement was made by Jesse Stowe. Jesse Stowe agreed to this. The DA agreed to this. The judge agreed to this and ruled. We are not to go against what the judge has ruled. We have to abide by this agreement, all the parties. No parole.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We appreciate those words and appreciate those comments. Okay, it's time now for the board to ask any questions that they have, and since this is my case, Mr. Stowe, I appreciate you taking responsibility for what you did. You openly admitted it, and you have remorse that this occurred, and you say that it was due to an addiction to synthetic THC or the synthetic marijuana. Is that correct?
Well, sir, I wouldn't say that it was due to any addiction at all. I won't take anything away from what I did. I just wanted it to be known that if I didn't have the problem that I had, I would never have done the horrible thing that I did. This was not an individual who was thinking the way I'm now thinking, the way that the family before me can now think. This was not an evil, and this was not the act of an evil person who cannot change or respect life or understand things. This was someone who was sick themselves with something that, like I said, I didn't have to go to a shady neighborhood. I didn't have to do anything but walk into a gas station and purchase this. Just like you hear about Alcoholics Anonymous and people with problems and that sort, that is the type of problem that I had. So no, I do not say that the drugs made me do anything. I made the decision. But I will say that without the drugs present, none of this would have ever taken place.
Okay. It's been mentioned that it was premeditated. The way I understand it, there was an excavator that was stolen, and the excavator was subsequently sold, and the money was to be split. Is that correct?
No, sir, I've never heard anything about an excavator.
Okay. All right. I thought that this was, okay. That is another case that I'm dealing with where a fellow was shot over an excavator. So I appreciate that, you clearing that up, because I had a question about that. So why did you carry a gun there?
Well, the reason I purchased the gun to begin with, we had a break-in in the house that I was living in, and it was for my fiance whenever I went offshore to go to work. I can't tell you why I had the weapon with me that day, as I stated before. And again, not making any excuses, but I have no memory of this event that changed so many people's lives. There's not a matter of I don't want to remember or it was too horrible to endure, but I do not remember this day.
Okay. All right, well, I don't have any other questions, really.
I got some. How did you notice that?
I had purchased marijuana from him about a year and a half before.
Okay, so you were going there to purchase marijuana, correct?
I don't know why I was meeting with him, as I
report you lured him over there by saying you needed to purchase some marijuana. But I guess there's no use for me to ask the next question. If you don't know why you were there how you got him there. What was your aggravated burglary charge in 2011?
I was removed from my house by my mom and stepdad. And when I went to Miss Wanda's house, I didn't have any clothes. So I went back to the house. I didn't break any windows or anything. I walked through the front door and got some of my clothes and left again.
Why was it an aggravated charge?
I guess that's
I mean, walking in and burglarizing something and walking out is not aggravated burglary. Can you explain that to us, your attorney? Ms. Hogan?
From my knowledge, the crime that we're here for today is Jesse's only conviction. I believe the aggravated burglary charge was dismissed. I know that Jesse had an earlier juvenile charge. But the 2011 aggravated burglary charge, I think, was ultimately dismissed. And I'm not sure why it was aggravated. I don't have the benefit of the police report from that.
All right, I have no other questions.
Any questions from you? All right, I don't see any other questions from the panel here, and I have to vote first because it was assigned to me. And Mr. Stowe, your good time date from what I read is September of 2033. Is that correct? Is that what you understand it to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did take a plea bargain, or not a plea bargain, excuse me. You pled guilty as charged. But you got a pretty good deal at 25 years for attempted first degree murder and 25 years for armed robbery to run concurrent. So that's a 25-year deal. So you served roughly half of that so far, and you won't serve the whole 25 anyway because of the laws of the state of Louisiana. And so I say all that to try to let you know what's in my mind. Having listened and seen the damage to the victim and heard the victim's family and all, and because of the circumstances of this horrible crime being shot through the eye, my vote today, due to the length of time you've served and the victim opposition and the law enforcement opposition, is to deny this request. Mr. Tillis?
My vote also is to deny because of law enforcement opposition and its victim.
Ms. Stapleton?
I vote to deny because of law enforcement opposition, victim opposition, and the heinous deliberate nature of the crime.
I concur.
All right, I'm sorry to tell you this, but your petition has been denied at this particular time. And I appreciate the work that you've done on yourself, and I appreciate the interview. I think it's very impressive. And continue along that way, and I'll conclude this hearing at 12:32.
Thank you for your time. All right, thank you.
Oh, for Christ's sakes, I don't know what to do.
All right, good morning. He's waving at the folks. The pardon board is now at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It is 12:43 in the afternoon. It's February 2nd, 2026. Would the staff there at Hunt please introduce yourself for the record? Well, y'all are on mute still. Trying to get.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on, so we're trying to get Hunt to introduce themselves.
My name is William Just, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. John BUNIFF.
Yes, sir. And we're trying to be able to communicate with Mr. Bunis and the folks at Hunt. We're gonna call you in just a moment, Mr. Just.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with your audio.
Okay. Warden, we can't hear you. The folks at Hunt were having some technical issues, so we're trying to communicate with the staff at the prison.
I am live on audio.
Yes, sir. It looks like Hunt's trying to sign off and back in.
I'm unmuted, is that correct?
Hello?
I now have someone else in my screen.
I think you had the big one.
Yeah, we have Mr. Just, we have several people on Zoom. We're just trying to communicate with Hunt. Still can't hear you.
According to my screen, I'm live on audio.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay.
You are.
Can you hear us now?
Oh, we can. Thank you.
Well, hello, John.
So Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Warden Stephanie Mitchell, I apologize.
Okay.
Deputy Hearing Records.
All right, thank you. And we have Mr. Bunis in front of us. Mr. Bunis, good morning, good afternoon. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, your DOC number.
Hello, John.
Hi. Okay, you talk to the board. Tell me your name, DOC number.
Okay, my name is John Bunim. I'm 434-890.
All right, Mr. Bunis, I'm going to read some, and you have counsel. Mr. Just has identified himself this morning as your counsel. I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, ask you to confirm if it's true. We will then speak to you for a moment. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Then we'll hear from your guests that want to speak on your behalf. We'll hear from the warden. Then we'll hear from Mr. Just to see what he has to say. That we do have opposition here today on Zoom, and we'll hear from them, and then we'll have a little more extensive interview with you. Do you understand that process?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Just, you're here today. Mr. Bunis, excuse me. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced on December 14th, 2000 in Jefferson Parish for conviction, second-degree murder in possession of Schedule II cocaine. You received a life sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Your case has been assigned to him.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Okay.
Tell us what caused you to be here and why you feel your sentence should be coming.
Well, first off, I'd like to apologize to the family that I caused so much grief. with them. I know it's very hard on them to have lost a loved one. I know his name is Latini Porsche. And also I wanted to apologize to his girlfriend at that time. I can't remember her name, but I can't imagine the grief and hardship and heartache they went through because of what I had done.
Okay, go through with his questions.
What did you do? I mean, tell us what happened.
I had taken Latini's life. I killed him.
Were you on drugs at the time when you did this?
No, sir, no.
You guys had an argument? You were angry or?
Well, I was in a stressful situation. My wife had just been discharged from West Jefferson Hospital, terminally ill. They said she couldn't do anything more for her. And so I was trying to balance taking care of her and taking care of work. And yes, he and I had gotten in an argument over a rent-a-car. You know, I had agreed to allow him to use the rent-a-car that I had because of my car accident. Part of the insurance allowed me to have a rent-a-car. And so I allowed him to use that. And he had to bring it back on a certain day, and I couldn't reach him for about 4 days. Finally, he gets in touch with me, and the rental-car company said they were gonna issue a stolen car report if he had turned in the car by 6 o'clock that evening. And so by the time he got in touch with me, it's 7 o'clock, they closed. So he thought I'm the one turned in stolen car report on him, but it wasn't my car. I didn't do it. He got angry. Wanted to kill me.
He wanted to kill you?
Yes, sir. He wanted to kill me. He had a gun. He wanted to kill me. I avoided the shot. You know, he didn't shoot. But I got inside my apartment, closed the door, called his mother, and she said that she would come down there with the car and turn it in.
So how did you end up shooting him?
He looked like he was gonna turn in the keys to me. He came up, he punched me in the side of the head. I fell on the car, the hood of the car, and my gun went off.
Okay. We'll get back with some more questions. Warden, could you tell us anything about Mr. John?
So, Mr. BUNIFF came here to hunt in October 2023. He was previously housed at Angola for years. He came for medical reasons from UMC&O. I think he had a triple bypass. And then he's been housed at Hunt since. He lives in building 4, our unit, you know, where the sick are housed. He hasn't had a write-up since 2015. Since he's been incarcerated, he did get a bachelor's degree in the Bible College. I did notice that he just completed thinking for example 21. However, like anger management, some of those other classes he hasn't had since 2017. And that's it.
Thank you so much. We're going to hear from a friend of his, Miss Mary Montgomery. Could you tell us what you'd like us to know about him, please? You're on mute.
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Okay. First of all, thank you for hearing me. I've known John for many, many, many years. I worked with him at the Veterans Administration Hospital in New Orleans. He was a social worker associate in there, and he was very good at helping people. Very honest. I worked with him in another, we used to check the numbers at the theater. We would go into the theater and count people who came in, and then compared that to ticket sales. And he was very precise and, like I say, very honest. And I think at some point they used to have him even deliver the money that they made from the proceeds of the movies. And we did that for a while. So I've been writing to him for the last 26 years while he's been in prison. I visited once. I would have been there at your meeting, but I live in Jacksonville, Arkansas, and I worked for the Veterans Administration for 43 years as an addiction therapist. And I think very highly of John. John is a good person. And I wrote you a letter, and I also emailed you a letter.
Okay, we have those. Thank you so much for your comment.
And I hope you give him mercy.
Thank you. Now I'd like to hear from Mr. Blake Chauncey.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. John Buniff. Because of some of the programs and classes he's taken, he's a graduate of NOBTS. He's been a tutor and a minister while being at the facility. We've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide reentry services that include transitional housing, healthcare connections, and social norms. He's also going to be given a reentry specialist that's going to guide him through his reentry process. So based upon his record and rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. We have some people in opposition. Well, I'm sorry. We'll hear from his attorney now. Mr. William Just.
Thank you for having me today. I'm getting to see John for the first time. I'm a retired attorney in New Orleans. I met John, came upon my name in 2019 to help him with, and I honestly don't remember how he got my name. I'm a real estate attorney primarily, and John had some issues with a property that he inherited from his mother, his family home in Lower Algiers. He owns it in equal shares with his now deceased brother. Hopefully, he has always said that's where he would like to live when he's released. I've known John. I've never had him once depressed or downtrodden. He's a very positive thinking person. I'm just amazed that he's been in prison for 26 years and still has such an attitude and a faith that even though he's been convicted without possibility of parole or commutation, he firmly believes that God's going to set him free so that he doesn't die in prison. He is a U.S. Navy veteran. He's a member of the American Legion. In addition to his degree in divinity, as you've heard, he also has a BA in liberal arts geography from 1975 and a second BA in secondary education in 1977 from both from the University of New Orleans. As a former state employee, John receives a small pension payment every month. Until his mother died in 2011, he supported her as best he could while he was incarcerated. He sent her money every month to set aside for property taxes for the parish of Orleans. All of us need to pay. And he also provided her with whatever financial help he could. He describes her as his best friend and only one in his family that was taking care of her. He's done that for a number of other people, including a younger woman who helped him with combining he has a couple of storage units where he keeps his personal belongings. He had two at one time, and it got too expensive for him to pay him. And this younger woman helped him consolidate those, keeps track of all of his stuff. He's been paying storage fees for 26 years on the possibility of his release. So that's a pretty positive attitude, I think. I can't imagine any purpose in keeping John in prison any longer. He's 81 years old. On March 6th, he'll be 82. He can no longer get across the street at Elaine Hunt to go to the chapel. He needs a wheelchair. He can't walk that far. Thankfully, the parole project is offered to take him on it, which is wonderful. He just found out about that recently. I would be happy to have John move in next door to me. That's how confident I am that he is not a hazard to anyone or anything if he were released. And I ask you to give him a positive result today, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I ask, does anybody have any questions for me? Or any clarifications?
I don't think so. No, we don't at this time.
Okay. I would like to point out one thing. I reviewed John's post-trial conviction remedies on his appeals. John hired a private investigator to investigate, and they located the gun that was used that the deceased had. It was a stolen gun, and it was believed, the private investigator found that there were two people who witnessed his mother take the gun from her son. However, when that was raised on appeal, no one ever denied that John had found additional evidence in his case. It was denied purely on procedural grounds for bringing up the claim too late. He was barred by time. So his post-conviction remedies never considered the additional evidence that were found by his private investigator. And a number of witnesses were not interviewed by the DA's office. And that was also in the record. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. We have some people who are against, and we'd like to hear from Ms. Tasha Johnson, victim's sister.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thanks for having me here today. I'm the oldest of 8. My mother was the mother of 8 children. My brother Lentini was her baby boy. He was the youngest of us all. He was 19 years old when Mr. BUNIFF took his life in front of my mom. My mother was there when he shot and killed my brother. My brother was a great guy, had never been in trouble a day in his life, never owned a gun or any type of weapon. Reliving this 26, 27 years later, it feels like it just happened. We lost my mom in 2013. And before she left, I'm so sorry, y'all. 1 minute, y'all. Before she left, she asked us to promise her one thing. He said, y'all stay on top of it. He took my baby. And me being the oldest, I said, Mom, I promise you, you'll never have to worry about that. As long as I'm here, I'll stay on top of it. So it may seem old to Mr. John BUNIFF, but it's still new to us. We're never getting back. We'll never get a second chance to see him again. It's just not going to happen. I thank God justice was served. And I'm asking you guys to continue to do the right thing. Any of you guys, I don't know if you guys, if anybody there have ever been in the situation that we're in, but it does not feel good. It does not feel good. It hurts. He never got a chance to live his life, never had any kids, so we have nothing left of him but our memories. So with that being said, I pray that you guys to continue to let justice be served.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Next, we'll have Ms. Porsche.
There you go.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, hear what you have to say now, please.
Yes, I feel like justice still has to be served. We will never get our brother back. If there was anybody else's brother, they would want the same thing. My brother was the youngest. I'm the baby girl. So I really never got a chance to even live my life with my brother because he was taken away. He never owned a gun, never stolen a gun, and all that's in the reports. So all that's incorrect information. My brother never, ever stole a gun and had a gun with him. At the time of the scene, or when they did their investigation, no gun was ever found. Even when they went to court here in New Orleans, well, in Gretna, and they tried to cross-examine my mom, his attorney couldn't even cross-examine my mom because there was nothing said. My mom was an eyewitness. She witnessed everything, and as well as Dion, the girlfriend. All that was correct as that goes. My brother was shot cold-blooded by him for no reason. As my brother reached him the keys, he pulled out the gun and shot my little brother. In my mama hand. So my little brother died in my mom's arms. Now, who wants to do that at 19 years old? So I just want justice served, and I don't feel like he needs to be out. He is a danger. He is a danger.
Thank you
So with that being said, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Okay. Is that everybody?
Katrina. Okay.
Deanna. Okay.
Katrina Porsche. I'm the third of 8. Lentini Porsche, my baby brother, was an awesome young man. He had dreams. He had vision of being here, of making us proud. He had a vision. John, you took that vision away from us. He was our brother. You are living. Your parents, your peers, your friends, all the parole board, your attorneys, all of those people, you can speak to them. They can see you. We can't see our brother. My brother did not deserve to have his life taken away the way that you took it away from him. You've gotten the degrees. You've done this. You've done that. My brother haven't had the opportunity to live his life. He was 19. Did he do anything to deserve it? Absolutely not. You shot him and you killed him. You took him away from his family. My parents were working parents. We are middle-class citizens, and we deserve to have justice. And I pray that you feel the pain that we feel every single day. And now we have to relive this moment because you want to be on the street. We want my brother out of the grave. We can't get that anymore. Our parents are gone. Our mom and our dad, we all have the same mom and dad. And we have to live with this every single day. It's just us. It's just the 7 of us.
Yeah.
We have nothing.
Thank you.
You to walk free is not acceptable in my book. You took a life.
Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you. Now we'll hear from Mr. Myers.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. I'm always have truly believed that one needs to be truthful with the account of an offense to be considered for relief before the board. And it's also, I think, a truthful statement that in order to fully be rehabilitated, you need to be truthful about the offense. Mr. BUNIFF has not been truthful. As y'all know, I submitted the Court of Appeal opinion on his trial to the board for your review. And that way, it's a fairly long opinion, but you could look at a number of the factual issues that occurred in this case. The first in Mr. BUNIFF's application for a commutation of sentence and his testimony today, he stated that when Mr. Push, he pretended to hand him the keys, punched him in the side of the head, at which time he fell onto the hood of the car with his gun in his hand, and the gun went off, striking Mr. Push. At trial, testimony was slightly different. He said the second time when Mr. Push came to the house that Mr. Push retrieved a gun from the trunk, walked over to hand Push's mother the keys, but punched Mr. BUNIFF, who then pulled the gun from his pocket, and the gun went off and shot him. That's 2 completely different statements as to what occurred in this case. The only eyewitness was Mr. Push's mother, who testified at trial that Mr. BUNIFF pulled the gun out, shot her son in the chest. Numerous witnesses all testified. Well, I think the first time they met before Mr. Push left and came back, Mr. Push left and came back, that there were some arguments and different things going back and forth. Mr. BUNIFF testified and states that he was being threatened by Mr. Push, but the Court of Appeal essentially says, I'm quoting, it says, BUNIFF's allegations that he acted in self-defense are wholly uncorroborated. There's nothing in the record that shows that he acted in self-defense. The third point is, after the offense was committed, the police searched the victim, the car, and the area surrounding the car. No gun was found. And on, so the facts that were presented at trial, the facts that the jury relied upon, they totally rejected his claim of self-defense. But if you look further at the evidence that was submitted and what the court had said, I think on page 12 of the opinion, they reviewed Mr. BUNIFF's attempts to convince his wife that she should support a version of self-defense. And the court stated, in quoting the court, it says, in continuing to try to convince his wife of these events, BUNIFF also stated that he wanted her to back him up and asked her in a letter, who's to know? He also told her, anyway, I related what was possible for you to have witnessed. medicated or not, there's a strong reason to remember. I've given you a brief statement as to what I would like you to trust sick in me. It's apparently there was a slight error in the transcription. So I think it's clear the claim of self-defense should preclude him from being considered for accommodation of his sentence. Then lastly, we look at his DOC record. He's only had 14 disciplinary reports, which isn't that bad. We've had inmates, as y'all know, that have had no reports, or very few reports. What's concerning to me, though, is that the last two in 2015, when he was in his 70s. One was a sex offense. The other was a 5 and a 3, aggravated disobedience and defiance. His programming is very limited. 2017, he took anger management, living in balance in 100 hours. That's the only programs he's taken. Until 2021, he took thinking for a change. He's got a couple of certificates and some educational certificates, and he's been a tutor, which is very commendable. However, I think additional programming would be beneficial to him before he's even considered for release. I know he's an old gentleman, but the continued disciplinary reports when he was 70 years old are very concerning. And for those reasons and the strong victim opposition, we are also opposed to a request for accommodation.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments, Mr. Myers. Any of my colleagues have any questions?
I got one question. Why would you loan a 19-year-old rental car?
Well, I was under a lot of stress with my wife being very, very sick. I couldn't take the time off to bring him to work and to bring his girlfriend to her work and his girlfriend's baby to the babysitters. So I wanted to relieve myself of helping him out that way and let him use the car.
Did you used to bring him to work before that, your own car?
Yes.
I have no further question.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Buniff. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote today is to deny because of strong law enforcement and victim opposition.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur, Mr. Tillis, and I would add because of the heinous, deliberate nature of the crime also.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
And Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
All right, Mr. Buniff, you received 4 votes to deny your application today, so your application's been denied, sir. Good luck to you. Well. All right, good afternoon. The pardon board is reconvening. We're now at the State Police Barracks. It is 1:19 PM on Monday, February 2nd. Good afternoon, Captain. Would you, for the record, introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, Captain Patrick Washington, State Police Barracks.
All right, thank you, sir. And we have before us Mr. Roy.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Mark Roy, DOC number 337113.
All right, Mr. Roy, we have some folks that have joined us by Zoom, and we'll acknowledge their presence shortly. But first, let me just read some identifying information. You are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in October 2016 in Iberville Parish for a manslaughter conviction. You received a 25-year sentence, and you don't have parole eligibility, but you do, but your good time date precedes that. So your mandatory release date is in July 2034. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Roy, you doing okay today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yourself.
Doing good, doing good. What we'd like you to do is to tell us what landed you in prison. Why did you end up there, and what have you done since you've been there that you think we need to know about to consider you getting out early?
Yes, sir. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you guys for this opportunity today. I would also like to apologize to the Sheriff Department of Iberville Parish, along with the community, the DA's office, my family as well, and most importantly, Mr. Avery Hastings' family. Today, I'm here to take accountability and own up to my actions and making that bad decision that landed me in prison for the murder of Mr. Avery Hastings. I'm working for a company called Viola Environmental Service, was contracted through Dow Plaquemine. And my job is a planner, a scheduler. My job is to schedule a job, go look at the job, price the job out, and populate the job to get the people to come work there and get a job done. Back in December, I had a phone call from Mr. Avery Hastings out of Corpus Christi office, and he was asking about work. And at the time in December, work was kind of slow, so I told him we was kind of slow ourselves. But coming January, work picked up at Dow Plaquemine. So I reached out to him and told him we had work going on. I need some people to populate that job and get the job done and get some equipment ordered and everything. So they wound up coming down to help us out and everything. Upon their arrival, a couple of days later, they got in, settled in the hotel and everything. Mr. Avery Hastings came up to my office and talked to me about making some quick money. And I agreed with him to making the money. He explained to me what we can do. All I had to do is find a buyer to sell equipment it was a Cobra machine that we have in there. It's really an escalator, but we switch it over to a Cobra machine, and it helped us clean the furnace at Dow Plaquemine. And it's a safety equipment. It does the work for us and avoid human beings to do the job. And my job was to find somebody to buy that machine and everything. And their job was to get it out of Dow Plaquemine. I did my job as finding somebody to purchase the equipment, which was Mr. Poche, and I can't remember the other guy name, out of Beaubridge somewhere. And they purchased the equipment. Avery Hastings and a couple of co-workers brought the equipment down there to Beaubridge, Henderson exit, and met up with Mr. Poche and Mr. Clues, that's his name, Pat Clues. And they dropped it off, and Mr. Clues and Mr. Poche picked the equipment from these guys here, and they headed back to Port Allen, Louisiana. And I later on was called by Pat Clues and Mr. Poche to meet him at his house to pick up the money and everything, which is approximately about 15,000, something like that, for the equipment. And once I get the money I was supposed to contact Mr. Avery Hastings and come to agreement and give the money to him. So I called him and say he wanted to meet up early Sunday morning because one of the guys had to go back to Texas and take care of some business with his part of his money. So I agreed to meet up on a Sunday morning, early in the morning time, to meet up with him. Upon meeting up with Mr. Hastings, we got in the van and we took a ride towards Dow Plaquemine into a off-road area, and we parked and we got into an argument about the money, and Mr. Hastings agreed that they should have all the money because they did the work taking the equipment out of Dow Plaquemine. And we got into an argument, and the argument led into a fight. Mr. Hastings pulled out a gun. We fought while he had the gun in his hand. The gun went off. He accidentally shot Mr. Hastings. And I took control of the gun, and from that point, I kept shooting Mr. Hastings. Just kept shooting Mr. Hastings multiple times. Instead of shooting multiple times, I should have assisted him. When the first shot went off, I should have called for assistance, 911 or something. But I didn't do it. For what reason, I don't know. Panic, scared, but I should have called for some type of assistance instead of continue shooting Mr. Hastings. Upon that time, when he went down, I took his body and moved his body into a field. It went back towards the hotel where my vehicle was parked and got back in my vehicle and headed back home. And next day, I decided to go back and get the body, pick the body up and move it to a Canfield area in Grosse-Tête. I guess I might be saying the name wrong. Grosse-Tête, Louisiana. Put it in another Canfield to where his body could be found. On that Sunday morning, it was never my intention to hurt, harm, or kill Mr. Hastings that morning. But my intentions was just to bring the money, drop the money off, and head back. I wasn't never expecting anything of coming to that part there. And I'm sorry this happened. I didn't mean for it to happen. You know, when I got sentenced on October 13th of 2016, you know, I headed back to my cell. The doors closed behind me. And a lot of thoughts went through my head. And I had to talk to myself and say, Mark, get yourself together. And I decided to have a plan, change, rehabilitate. I had a good family, had a good life, good job. I didn't need to do this. I decided in prison to better myself, keep moving forward. You know, I went from prison to prison. When I finally landed at Allen Correctional Center, I met a lot of positive staff over there that helped me out and got into programs, and I joined the JC's organization. A year later, I became the president of that organization. Took multiple rehabilitation classes, took multiple religion classes as well. Also helped some youngsters over there that needed some guidance, walk them through because they was going through some tough times. I also was an inmate counsel for Allen Correctional Center as well. I also was a trustee for Warden Cooley. I established myself as a cook and culinary. Also cooked for the Warden Cooley, Warden Simon, Warden Thompson, Warden Bellman, and the rest of the assistant wardens over there. Cooking is what I like to do. There's other things I can do as well, but I mostly enjoy cooking as well. The classes that affected me a whole lot, that really helped me through a lot of things because I was challenged while in prison. You know, thinking for a change helped me out and avoid troubles, situation. It gave me a new way of thinking, setting goals, planning how to improve my decision making and improve social skills. Thinking for a change was one of the best classes I took. I also facilitated the class as well. Victim awareness, it really touched me a whole lot. You know, it taught me some things that I didn't know. It helped me understand my consequences for my action, the ripple effect it took on Mr. Avery Hastings' family, my family, and the community. How to take accountability for the crime or crimes and learn how to put myself in the victim's position. You know, a couple of months ago, my son asked me a question. He asked me if I'm gonna be home for his graduation. And my exact words was to him is, son, just pray about it. Just pray. I can't tell you yes, I can't tell you no. But if you pray about it, it may happen. I'm not sure. Today in his hearing, he doesn't even know about the hearing because I didn't want him to have high hopes on this hearing. You know, because he will take things and believe that it was going to happen. So today on this hearing, he doesn't even know nothing about it. And we didn't want him to know about it.
All right.
You know, taking a human being's life it's not an easy road for me, and I take it very hard. You know, when I wake up in the morning at 2:30 in the morning, every morning ever since I've been incarcerated, since I say my prayers, the first person that's in my prayers is Mr. Avery Hastings' family. And when I say my prayers, they always would be first in my prayers.
Yes, sir. Okay, well, I don't want to cut you off because you'll have another chance to do some talking in a little bit. But we need to kind of move on, and we want to hear from the captain about what kind of fellow you've been there. And we're going to hear from the people in support of you, those in opposition, then we'll come back and talk to you some more. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Captain, what kind of fellow has he been since he's been there?
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to say thank y'all for, of course, having us this afternoon. Mr. Roy has been here for a little bit over 7 months. He's been a joy to work with. When he first got here, I had him in one job for like a week, and then I moved him, and then the person who he worked for originally got mad at me because he was such a good cook. We don't have any problems with his work ethic. He's always willing to help and stay late. He had good reviews from when we went and was it Alan? Alan, yes, sir. When we went to Alan and interviewed him, and the classification manager over there had a lot of positive things to say for him.
Okay. Thank you, Captain, very much. Okay, let's move on to the supporters. And the first one that wants to speak by Zoom is going to be your son, Tylen Durrell, if I'm saying that right. Tylen Durrell. Is Tylen on Zoom with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you tell us what you want to know and what you have on your mind? And if you would, limit your remarks to 2 or 3 minutes because we have several people that want to talk.
Yes, sir. First and foremost, I'd like to thank y'all for having me on this Zoom call today. I just want to say, that person, that someone else might describe, I don't know that person. I'm going off of things that I heard, and then I'll say the person that I know today, and the person he is to my kids is a lot of growth, and a lot of acceptance and taking accountability. I know a person with a big heart and someone I don't get that. I never got that from him. So, to say the least, I just know that's a good person. That's the person that believe that he's a lot of growth and he's taking a lot of big steps.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Well, we appreciate you being on the Zoom call with us today, and we'll take what you had to say into consideration.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to fellows identified as your stepson, Kirkland Joseph. Mr. Joseph?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay.
Good afternoon. How you guys are doing?
Doing good.
Good. My name is Kirkland Joseph, and I have here with me my mom, Yvette Roy, his wife. We do understand the severity of the offense that Mark has committed and the hurt that is brought to Mr. Avery's family, and we sincerely apologize. And our condolences are still with you guys. Mark is my father, but he's not my biological father. He raised me since I was young. He showed me love, he showed me how to be a man, and he showed me how to move with integrity. From the time he's been incarcerated, he also taught me how to manage my emotions and also think before I react. He also showed me how to be selfless and to serve others. I know he served others daily with his job with preparing meals for the Louisiana State Troopers and the staff, and he take great pride in his role. Over the years of him being incarcerated, he took responsibilities for his actions and manned up to our family. And he used the resources that Allen Correctional Center provided for him with the help of his rehabilitation. Jamarcus is his youngest son. He's 15 years old, and he deals with depression and anger from his father's absence. He's often talks about the memories that he could remember from him and his dad, and often talks about what's the first things him and his dad gonna do whenever he's free. Jamarcus misses dad tremendously, for sure. Right now, he's in an important stage of his life right now because he's learning how to be a man and find an identity. I know without a doubt, with Mark coming home, that would contribute to his success as being a man. We couldn't get Jamarcus on the call today like Mark spoke about because the way it affects him emotionally, and it shows up in his school. For my mom, raising Jamarcus without a husband has been very challenging. Every boy needs a present father in his life, and we know that Mark did make mistakes, but we do hope for a second chance. Navigating life without him has been difficult. She missed her husband, and we're really ready to welcome him back home with open arms. He have a stable home here and family that loves him. If Mark was granted a second chance, I have a job waiting on him. I have my own trucking company, and I would hire him to be a dispatcher. He would be surrounded with a great team that'll support him, and it's also a good work environment. And we hope to for you guys' consideration and just thank you to the board.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that, sir. Miss Heather Olson, sister. Miss Heather, are you on the line?
She's watching on YouTube. She wasn't able to hear earlier.
Okay. So she is or is not?
She's not
She's not on the Zoom call.
Okay. Mr. Channing Blake for the parole project has sent an email and
Do it.
Heather.
Who is?
Heather.
okay. Heather Olson is on. Okay, Miss Olson, is that you? Miss Olson? Would you, I think you're muted. Try to talk to us and let's see.
This is me. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. We can hear you.
So Mark Roy is my Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
We can indeed.
You
We can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. So Mark is my brother, my big brother, and that's someone that I have looked up for years. He is considered, since my father died, he is, that's
We can
Still
still hear
good.
you.
Keep talking to us. I believe we can hear you still.
Go ahead.
Can
Yes.
I think that's a recording that you'll hear me. I could still go. Okay. He is my big brother. He's since my father died, he is someone that we have always looked up to as far as my older sister and also my
Keep going.
you can hear. Okay. Sorry.
Do you have YouTube running in the background? No?
Are you having trouble seeing us or hearing us?
I can see you guys. I can hear you guys. I just think there is an issue with me communicating with you guys.
No, man, we're hearing you fine.
You can hear me fine. Okay. I think I do. That's the problem. Yes, I do.
Yeah. If you turn that off, then it'll be fine.
Okay, now you can hear me.
Yeah.
Sorry. So he is someone that we always looked up to. I feel like his time that he served in prison, he has had time to think about his actions. I think he has learned from it. I think he deserved a second chance. I have no doubt in my mind that he is going to be the man that God wants him to be, and actually has designed him to be. He is just, I know, he had time to think about all of his actions. And I think he's ready to make sure that he can actually serve on the journey that God actually created him to serve on. I miss him, and I would love for him to return home so that way we can continue being a family. It's been
Okay.
extremely hard not having our brother at home. Um, so please grant him a second chance as we are waiting for him to come home and that we could be one happy family that we always known to be. Our family is just a family that always lived on happiness. There's no doubt in my mind that he will just be adding on to this, something that we need to fulfill because he hasn't been with us for a bit. So please consider him as a second chance to life.
Thank you, Pam. We appreciate your comments. We certainly do, and we'll take them into consideration. As I said previously, Mr. Channing Blake with the Louisiana Parole Project has sent a supportive email, and we appreciate that very much. And your mother, Mary Mouton, is on Zoom also, but is not going to be speaking. Now we'll move into the opposition, and we have a couple of folks that are going to speak in opposition. One we'll start off with is Ronald Hebert, the Iberville Chief, Sheriff's Chief Deputy. Mr. Chief Hebert, are you on the line with us?
Yes, sir, I am. Good evening to the board.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for having us.
Tell us what you'd like to tell us about this case.
Okay, we would like to strongly oppose Mr. Roy being pardoned. This case was a tremendous case that we worked. It was horrendous to the Avery Hastings family, and I'm sure they're still suffering from this day. And having sitting here and listening to Mr. Roy give his surmise of what happened is totally different from what we know. To me, listening to him, he has still to this day has not accepted his responsibility and told the truth as to why Mr. Hastings was murdered.
Okay. All right, sir. Is there anything you'd like to tell us other than that?
No, other than, again, I personally participated in this investigation as well. And Sheriff Stance and I and the entire division here strongly opposed. He was given a chance with that sentence that he pled to, and we think he should honor that sentence. And we hope that the pardon board would consider that as well, that he honored the sentence that he pled to.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'd like to ask him, you said he said some things weren't true?
The things he said that Mr. Hastings pulled a gun on him we found unfounded. That was not true. That was never an issue. In our opinion, and I think matter of fact, I know we would have proved it in court that Mr. Hastings was murdered at that scene and did not have a chance to put up a struggle nor a fight. And for Mr. Hastings, Mr. Roy to come back, hide the body that night with a patrol deputy pass, and that body was hid behind the site where he shot him at. Came back the next day, he rented a front end loader. Came back the next day, broad daylight, loaded him up in the front end loader, traveled from Plaquemine, Louisiana to Rosedale, Louisiana. And he said he dumped the body into Canfield where it could be found. I find that hard to believe too, because the body was wrapped and was dumped into a ditch. Not until the next day, a young man was riding a four-wheeler, one of the former sons was riding a four-wheeler in that area, pulled up and saw this item in a ditch. And when he went and got a rope, pulled that body out, he realized then it was a body. So I don't think Mr. Hastings had any idea or any plans that that body was to be located. I think he thought that body would never be found. In his haste, he left that scene, but it was, to me, a planned murder all the way.
Thank you.
Chief, were there some teeth found at the scene?
Yes, sir. There was teeth found in the van in Port Allen, because after he took the van from Port Allen, drove Mr. Hastings to the site where he shot him at, he drove the van, placed it back in the spot it was at in Port Allen. West Baton Rouge deputies go there, find the casings in the vehicle and teeth that were inside of the vehicle. He was shot in that vehicle through that glass window and there was blood on the seat belt. So it tells me that body was underneath that seat belt in a seated position. Therefore, the blood transfer on the inside that seat belt tell me he was shot in that location. So there was no fight. That if there had been a fight, it would have been outside of the vehicle.
That's why when I was reading about it, it was confusing because teeth were found. And the teeth were found because of the bullet shot and not because of a fight.
That's correct.
Thank you for straightening it out. I was confused about that.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
anything else?
No, I'm good. That's it. He answered my question.
Okay. All right. We'll hear from Corey Brooks now. Mr. Brooks, are you on with us?
Yes, sir, I am. Thank y'all for having me today. Avery was my older brother. Just to say, I mean, just going through that, just kind of listening to that again, just got me.
Hear that, but we need to know the details. And
I understand. Yeah, I understand. He's helped me out a lot. I mean, the last conversation that we had here in the garage is the reason why I'm at where I'm at. I'm a CDL driver. Kind of wasn't on the right path then, and he gave me that advice. You know, hey, I was talking to him about becoming a driver, and he said, if I was you, I would do it. When he died, I took that advice and never looked back. His kids now, they look to me for advice, and it's very hard because he should be here. You know, he'd be 55 years old now. He's got 5 grandkids that he's never going to see, graduate. He's got an uncle here that is here with me right now. I had to bury my mother by myself, and he should have been here with me to do all that. So yeah, it's hard, and it's affected not only my life, but 5 other lives that will never know who he is and never get to see his grandkids graduate or anything. So no, I don't think he should be granted any kind of leniency. I think he should finish out his sentence, because he took my brother's life, and he's not coming back. He can't talk to his daughter. He can't talk to his 2 kids. He can't talk to any of his grandkids. I have one of his grandchildren right now that lives with me because he needs a male role model in his life. And my brother should be that male role model that he needs. And I'm happy to step in because my brother's not here to do it himself. And that's all I really have to say.
well, thank you, sir. We'll take that into consideration and appreciate that very much. Now I'd like to ask I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session to hear testimony.
I'll second.
I say. Okay, there are.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Right. Hearing none, we're going to be in executive session for a few moments. All right. We have some more victim testimony, Mr. Prater.
That's correct. The time is 1:59 and we're back from executive session to hear the last of the opposition. Miss Malaysia Washington, the victim's granddaughter, would like to speak to us. Miss Washington, are you on the air?
Yes.
Okay. Would you talk to us and tell us what you got to say?
First, I want to say thank y'all so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on the behalf of my grandpa. I am Malaysia Washington. I'm 15 and I am Avery Hastings' granddaughter. So I wrote a poem. The debt you owe. You see a man, a target, a crime, but you stole a bridge across years of time. You didn't just take a life in your weight. You fractured every heart that you could break. You took a brother from a man who shared his blood, leaving a bond buried deep in the mud. You took a father from a daughter's side and left a grief that she no longer can hide. And then there is me, the one left to wonder about the grandfather stolen by your thunder. I was supposed to grow up under his steady gaze, learning his stories and his quiet ways. He never got to see the woman I've become, to hear my voice, or see how far I've run. I am a garden he never got to see bloom because you chose to seal his life in the room. I hear his name and feel instant betrayal for the path you chose in our family's fate. I despise the chaos you've shown in our home, the tears in the dark and the feelings. You are the shadow, the poison, the thief who traded our peace for this lifelong grief. I dislike that your name is now tied to his story, that you tried to dim his light and his glory, but you are small and your heart is cold, while the love we have for him will never grow old. But I would also like to say that I hope that y'all understand where me and my family are coming from. I have two brothers and a sister who never got to meet. I just wish he got to stay with.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate that very much, and we'll take all that into consideration. Is that what you had to say? Okay, well, thank you very much, and I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Mark Roy. Mr. Roy, let's now's the time. We've heard from a number of folks in support and in opposition to this endeavor. Let's go over a few facts right quick, and I'll start the questioning. We'll see if my comrades here have any other questions that they want to fill in with when I'm through. This happened, or you were sentenced in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you took a plea bargain. You took 25 years, and they charged you with manslaughter on the plea bargain, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was all over a stolen excavator. Is that correct?
It was really over the money, sir.
Yes, sir. But the proceeds from the sale of the excavator, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have authority to sell that excavator?
I had authority?
Yes.
No, sir. I had no authority to sell that excavator, sir.
So it's more than just because in your application and in hearing you talk, we've talked about killing this fella, but you never talked about the fact that it was a $100,000 excavator that y'all had planned to steal, and you were arguing over the money, the split of the money. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I just wanted to get that straight because to make sure I understood the details. And it says that you're a first offender, but in reality, if the law of Louisiana hadn't changed at that particular time, you'd have been considered a fourth offender, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and I say all this just not to make you look bad because you knew this stuff and we knew this stuff already. I just wanted to make sure that I understood as we ponder our decision, because you got a very good reputation. You got a great family, very supportive family, and folks that are with you. And so I just wanted to hear your side of that. Okay, and in your statement, you said that, or in your application, you said that you're really remorseful that you kept shooting him. Was there really a fight there?
Yes, sir. When we got in the fight, his teeth did come out of his mouth, sir. And it was a fight, sir. And during that fight, I didn't even know his teeth that came out of his mouth during the fight until the detectives questioned me about what happened inside the van. And the shooting did happen inside the van.
Okay, were they false teeth or real teeth?
I don't know, sir, what kind of teeth it were, sir. I didn't know I had knocked out the teeth. Honestly, I didn't know until I was brought in for interrogation with the detectives over there.
Okay, it doesn't really make that much difference. I'm chasing a rabbit that I don't need to chase.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've had some great programming, and as I said before, you got a great reputation, and I want to congratulate you on that. You've done great since you're incarcerated, and you did a great interview too. You know, you're remorseful for what you've done, and it's apparent. So I'm gonna turn it over to my friends and see if y'all got some questions.
I have one. Mr. Roy, you mentioned, you talked about arranging for the theft of the equipment. And why did you do that? What you said you had a good family, good life, things were going well, your job was good, and you had gotten in trouble, I see, but you had been doing well for a number of years. What happened?
Financial issues, ma'am. And when it brought to my attention, instead of being a supervisor and put my thinking together, and should have never went that way and just deal with the financial problem the right way, but I chose to take a shortcut, which was turned out to be a bad one. Taking a shortcut led to a murder that should never happen.
Right, but you had a bank fraud conviction in 1998, and so was that a financial straight situation also?
That was dealing with a vehicle with my cousin, and she was not available, and I wanted to sign the paperwork in the place of her, and the federal FBI picked up the case, and I wound up doing the fair time in El Paso, Texas, at a camp for a whole year.
Right. And then you did seem to be, well, at least you hadn't had any contact with law when you completed that sentence, and then you found yourself in this situation.
Yes,
I'm just trying to figure out in my head what was going on in your head. That's all I got. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
No more questions. I think it's time for me to vote.
Mr. Prater.
Mr. Roy, as I said before, I know you'll be discouraged, I'll tell you right now, with my vote, but I hope that you will somehow, after today, be encouraged that you're making right decisions and saying the right things. But because of your criminal history, the violent nature of the offense, the fact that it was during the commission of another crime, a serious crime, it was a plea bargain, and you got a really reduced sentence of manslaughter to a short sentence of 25 years, and you've only done 10 of the 25, my vote is to deny at this particular time.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur. I mean, the 25-year sentence was really unreal, and the testimony by Chief Deputy Abair shed a lot of light on it. The guy was still in a seatbelt. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur, and I'd like to add Malaysia. Your point was beautiful and heartfelt. So that was really, really nice.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Roy, today your application's been denied, sir. Good luck.
I mean, I think we can sit on the bench on that side of the table and we'll see you. We'll have to stand. Really, I think it's gonna be a waste of time, so I don't think they're gonna ask you anything. Speak up on the podcast. Wow. You understand? Yes. Okay, I mean. Yeah, put them back in my neck.
All right, we are at Rapides Detention Center. Good afternoon, everybody. Would well, let me for the record say it is February 2nd, 2026. It's 2:15 in the afternoon. Would the staff at Rapides please introduce yourself for the record?
Sergeant Marsh and Corporal Cannon.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And who we have before us, is it Mr. Roberts?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is DeVonte Roberts, DOC number 7299964.
All right, and let me just read some identifying information into the record, and I'm gonna ask you to confirm it. Then I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Freeman, seated to my far right. Your case has been assigned to him.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Roberts, you're classified as a first felony offender. You are currently serving a 30-year sentence. So you had a sentencing date in April of 2018 for several different charges and convictions. Armed robbery with a firearm. Let's see. Attempted armed robbery with a firearm, 30-year sentence. Attempted armed robbery for 30 years. Attempted aggravated assault upon a peace officer with the firearm. You got a 5-year sentence. And then 4 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm. You received 10 years on each count. So all those is running together, so it's a total of 30 years. Is that information correct?
No.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Roberts, first tell me, what did you do to get yourself put into this situation? What landed you in jail? And then tell me, why do you think we should consider letting you out today? What has changed since that time?
Well, at the time, a so-called friend called me on the phone and asked me to come and help him commit a crime. And I actually went in and helped him commit the crime. Since then, if I would have known what I know now, I probably wouldn't have. Not probably, but I never would have. I never would have helped him. I never would have did anything to put me in this situation. Not only myself, but the people that I encountered in the commission of the crime, my family. You know, I appreciate the experience, but it's not somewhere that I'd like to be. The experience that I've had since being incarcerated helped me learn a lot of different things about myself, about other people, about circumstances and situations that'll land you in a predicament like one that I'm in today. I've prevented myself, my family, my children of having me there, you know, and the importance of that is very big. I'm kind of fumbling over my words and things of that nature because I'm real nervous. But yeah, I got a lot on my heart and a lot on my mind, to say.
All right, well, I have a bunch of questions for you later, but right now we're gonna move forward and we're gonna talk to the people that are here well, first off, does the warden or the gentleman that is in there, would y'all like to tell us how he's been since he's been incarcerated?
Yes, he's had no disciplinary issues. He's been here close to a year and a half. No write-ups in the last 12 months or during his entire stay. He has worked on trustee status as a barber. He went next door to a potential job there and came back. Other than that, he's been no issues.
Okay. And can I ask you something? I see where he's still considered a max supervision level and he had some mental health problems. Does he own any kind of mental health medication?
No, none that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay, that was just on his tiger. So I was just wondering, just wanted to make sure. And your custody level probably has never changed since you've been moved. So that's probably what that's about. Okay, well, let's get to the people that are here to speak on your behalf. I'm gonna say Miss Mays. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that first name. Miss Mays, what do you want us to know?
Hi, good afternoon. I am Devonte's mother. Um, it's a whole lot to say. That's my baby first. Um, but he's a man now. And I have seen the growth in him since he has been incarcerated. Like they said, he is cutting hair. He wants to own his own barbershop. We've talked about ways to do that. When he gets home, he has a job waiting for him. He has a place to be. His children, his son wanted to be here this morning, but he couldn't be here because he had to go to class. But he said to tell you that he love you and we waiting for you. His daughter, she dances. She's a dancer. He needs to be here to be able to see them grow, to be able to nourish them. The most important thing for him is his children. His son was on his hip from the time he came to the world until he was incarcerated. He is an exceptional young man. He has a lot that he has to offer. And I have said over and over and over, this is not the place for you. So I will say, I would really like for him to be released today. I want us to sit and do what we used to do, drink our coffee, laugh, because he's funny. He can make you laugh when you want to cry. I only have 2 children, my daughter and my son. And before I leave this earth, I want to be able to hug them both, love them. He knows, and she knows they are the best thing next to chocolate milk for me. So I think it's time. I think it's overdue. And I think that's pretty much enough. I love you, D.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Miss Dakota Roberts, your sister? Yes, ma'am. Tell us what you want us to know about your brother.
It's a lot I could say about him. It's a lot. From it just being us two till now. I miss him and I love him very much. I believe in who he is. I believe in the man that he is today. I believe he will be a positive and responsible presence in his children's life and in our community if given a chance. What matters most to me is the father that he strives to be, even from where he is. His children have grown without him physically present, and that absence has been deeply felt. I truly believe that granting him mercy would give him the opportunity to step fully into the role and continue the positive path he has worked towards. I don't remember the last time I was able to touch him. I think I only was able to one time in the last decade. And it's always been us two and our mom. That's correct.
Is that it? Yeah. Okay, thank you. We're gonna move on to Jason Brown, cousin.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
How y'all doing today?
Good.
All right. I wrote something up, a few things up. I hope it doesn't lacks sincerity, but I'll start reading. Good morning, honorable board members. My name is Jason Brown. I've known DEVONTE Roberts for most of his life as an older cousin. I'm here respectfully to ask you guys to consider to grant clemency to DEVONTE. Throughout the time I've actively been a part of DEVONTE's life, he has demonstrated qualities of integrity, kindness, and responsibility. While he may have made a serious mistake, I have witnessed firsthand his growth, his remorse, and his sincere commitment to becoming a better person. Since being incarcerated, he has worked as a barber, which was previously mentioned. He's mentored others and he's maintained good behavior. Sidebar, I often ask DEVONTE if he experienced violence in there, if he ever have to like fight and stuff in there, and he doesn't, because everybody loves him. He's a light to the family, and I'll expound on that a little bit later. DEVONTE has children, which was also previously mentioned. They were babies at the time of his incarceration. His son Elijah, whom I'm in constant communication with, and also provide financial support for on DEVONTE's behalf. He needs his father. He's 13 now. DEVONTE's been incarcerated almost his entire life. He needs his father, and he needs his father's guidance and his father's presence as he ushers into manhood. There's a saying that says, out of the mouth flows the abundance of the heart. And if you listen to a person long enough, you'll know exactly what they're about. I speak to DEVONTE almost every day. I talk to DEVONTE more than I speak to anybody else in my life, including my mom. DEVONTE expresses all he wants to do is come home and work. You know, when I talk about my day and how stressful work is, and if the times that I don't want to go to work or I want to leave work early, he reminds me that it's a blessing just to be able. So that's one thing that he always says he wants to do is come out, he wants to work, he wants to educate himself, and he wants to eat healthy food. That's one of the main things he always talk about. But I am a father also, and I've learned so much from DEVONTE just on how he parents his children from being incarcerated. Even though he's not there physically, I've heard of the things that he tell his son Elijah, and Elijah is the most respectful child I've ever met. Everything is yes sir, and I'm telling you, you could just call me cuz, but everything is yes sir, no sir, thank you, and those are things that DEVONTE instills in him. I'm gonna wrap this up. It impresses me how encouraging and how positive and even motivational that he is, given the circumstances. He's always positive, never complains. I asked him one time too, how has jail affected him, and I was surprised his answer. He told me that jail did him some good. That he believes that had he not went to jail and sat down, he probably would have been dead. So he definitely acknowledges the benefits of him being in jail. I think that it's just time for him to come home, if granted. Last thing, I'm gonna close out a little bit, but I think sometimes when you're a young person, and he was a super young man at that time, and you're misguided, the wrong path can take you places that you don't want to go, and it'll oftentimes keep you longer than you want to stay. There's a scripture that Tay often quotes too. It says, when I was a child, I spoke as a child, I understood as a child, and I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put childish things away. I believe people, even more than things, have to be restored, renewed, revived, reclaimed, and redeemed. My hope today is to be that my words convey meaning other than just words, that you guys can feel the emotion behind it. I heard a long time ago, the best thing about a car is that it can turn around. And I believe that's exactly what DEVONTE has done. If I can have 30 more seconds, I'll just tell you a little bit about his character. DEVONTE used to come to Houston and stay at the house all the time. And DEVONTE is my cousin on my paternal side. And so all of my maternal cousins, they liked him more than me. And I would be a little jealous, but one thing about Tay is that he's a peacemaker, and he's such a light. He brought laughter to the house. I had a neighbor a couple of doors down. I just had decided I didn't like them because they had blocked my driveway one time. I come home from work, and the neighbor and DEVONTE are on the porch playing the PlayStation. And I was like, well, what the hell? Excuse me. I was like, what? But he had made friends that quick. Recognizing that him and the guy had the same birthday on the same day, born in the same year. And to this day, I'm still friends with those past neighbors. So he's just a fun, loving, lighthearted person, always has a positive word. The times that I can't figure out my way, DeVonte always has a word of positivity, and I appreciate that. And I think you guys will just see based on his behavior, being incarcerated almost 13 years and not having any disciplinary actions, even just being a barber is a labor of love. Just making somebody feel better, and DeVonte often does that for nothing at all. So I appreciate you hearing me, guys, and I pray that you guys will offer him mercy, the same mercy that we ask God for every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, DeVonte, I'm gonna ask you some questions. First, I wanna get some of the disciplinary stuff cleared up. I saw you lost 60 days of good time. Why did you lose that 60 days of good time?
I had a friend of mine had a phone and I took a picture in it, and they found the phone on him in his possession, and they saw my picture in the phone and said that I was on the.
And what about the charges of battery on an officer? I know they were dismissed, but what was that about?
That was in the beginning of my sentence. Me and another individual had an altercation, and the police were trying to come in and move me out of the dorm, and I was resisting arrest. That's how they transpired.
Okay, at least you were truthful about it. Okay, did you fire the gun at all during this incident, Robert? Okay. And do you have contact with your children? Obviously you do, huh?
Yes, sir.
How often do you speak with your children?
Almost every day.
Okay. Do they offer any classes over there, DeVonte? I see that you hadn't taken many classes.
Majority of the places that I've been offer classes to the offenders that's closer to going home, and
right.
Not really more so violent offenders.
Okay.
I can speak up for that. For the re-entry portion, it's now 18 months or less remaining on your sentence. So that's why he hasn't been eligible.
But y'all do have re-entry classes, and because I mean that's a must these days.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. You know, I do want to state for the record that no victims are strongly opposed. You have one that said I'm slightly opposed. The officer was unopposed, which I want to point out, you pointed the gun at him, but it was never fired. You pointed it at him while you were running. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's your first time in jail, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. I'll sit back and listen to see if my colleagues have any. If not, I'm ready to vote.
You were arrested in 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you bond out?
No, sir.
So you've been in jail since 2013, and you didn't take the plea until 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you get credit for time served or anything, or?
Yes, sir. It just everything ran concurrent like I do. So.
Okay, I was just wondering what the judge has said, because if you look at that, that's 5 years awaiting trial, and that's a long time to be in jail if you weren't getting credit. So, okay, I don't have anything else.
All right, we're ready to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay. I'll tell you something. I can't believe I'm gonna do this, but for some reason I just got faith that you're gonna do right. It's the first time you ever served time. You didn't fire the gun, no one was injured. My vote is gonna be to commute your sentence to 25 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
Are you sure he's gonna do right?
I'm not positive.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Roberts, I heard, I think your cousins say it's rare that kids say yes, sir, and no, sir, and all that. And if you're training them that, I believe you're going to be a good guy too. I concur with Mr. Freeman. Keep up the good work.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Freeman also.
Mr. Prater?
Is it rare? I believe because I heard things from your mom and because of the fact you're staying in touch with your kids, I think the kids are gonna keep you grounded. I think now as a 32-year-old man compared to what you were, and the fact that you were compliant when the police approached you, when you came out between that building. I concur.
My vote, Mr. Roberts, is I was happy to hear your friend Jason talk about your conversations and the fact that you realized prison probably saved your life. You know, made you a better man, I believe. I concur with my colleagues. My vote is the same. So on your behalf, we're going to make a recommendation to the governor that your sentence be commuted to 25 years with parole eligibility, immediate parole eligibility. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
All right. That concludes our business for the day. We're going to adjourn.
Okay, so what does that mean?